Right, hello and welcome to this evening's meeting of City of York Council's Area Planning Committee. My name's Councillor Hollier. I'm the chair of the committee and I'm joined on screen by the other members of the committee, all denoted by CLLR in front of their names. We'll also be joined variously by City of York Council staff, technical planning officers, as we go through the agenda. And just if officers, when they first appear, if you could just give your name and title. We've got several items on the agenda this evening. We'll start with each with a brief introduction from officers, and then an update on any issues that have arisen since the report was published. After that, we'll hear from our public speakers, and then finally we'll move into debate and come to a decision on the scheme. Throughout at various points, there'll be opportunities for members to ask questions. And similarly, if members can sort of raise their blue hands if they'd like to speak. And as usual, if you've got a more immediate question, if you could just raise your hand to the screen, I can see it's a supplementary rather than a new line of questioning. So I think with that, we can move on to the agenda proper. So if I could just ask if any members have got any declarations of interest they'd like to raise. Councillor Wardley.
Yes, I'd like to declare an interest in item 4D, which is 33 Patterdale Drive. The applicant contacted me about his first planning application in December 2020, and then I emailed the planning officer for his view on the application, and then passed the applicant to my colleague, Councillor Smalley, to make any further contact. I at no time formed an opinion, and I'm not predetermined and have an open mind to be able to participate in this item.
Thank you. Councillor Corwick.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I would mention that in relation to item 4B, York St John University, I was employed by the university for a period of about 10 years. That ended in 2014. I don't require that to be regard that as prejudicial, but I, for the sake of clarity and openness, wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. I think there's more declarations than I've ever known before on this one. I need to declare an interest in 4C, just in so much as I've just seen the list of speakers, and one of the speakers who will be speaking on this is Phil Bixby, who is somebody that I have recently been discussing work on my house in my personal capacity. There is a possibility of me employing him in the future, so I just wanted to be clear about that there was no link whatsoever with this application. I haven't discussed this application with him at all, didn't know he would be speaking on it, and just for the record, I'm approaching it with a completely open mind. Have no made up view about this at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Webb.
Everyone's disclosing their interests now, aren't they? I am the applicant for item 4F, 2 Garden Street. So as a result, I definitely have an interest in this one and will not be taking part in it, and will remove myself at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perrott.
Thank you, Chair. As the partner of the applicant for item 4F, I will also withdraw from that item and not take any part in the discussion.
Thank you. And Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I'm just declaring an interest in item 4A, although I gather it's down for deferral rather than discussion tonight, but I am a member of the campaign for Real Ale who have objected to it, and therefore I feel I'll be conflicted. So if any discussion goes ahead, I will be withdrawing from the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's almost everybody declaring an interest, so it's got to be almost a record. Yep, so if we can move on then to the minutes of the last meeting, if everybody's happy for me to sign them, sort of raise your hand or nod. That's great. We've got no registered speakers under the general public participation remit of the committee, so I think we can move straight on to the plans list. And the first item is item 4A, which is the Jubilee, Balfour Street. And Gareth, if you could.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Gareth Arnold. I'm the Development Manager for City of York Council. In respect of item 4A, the Jubilee on Balfour Street, members would have picked up from the correspondence at the beginning of last week that there was an error in the publication of the agenda, which means that the officer report for item 4A hasn't been published in the public domain for the 5 clear working days prior to the meeting, which is a requirement of the Local Government Act. So we are seeking a deferral to the next meeting on that item. And that error doesn't apply to any of the other items on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. So I'm happy to propose that we defer that item. If anybody's willing to second that. Thank you.
I'll second.
Councillor Webb, I think I saw slightly first, and I guess Fiona, if you're able to conduct a vote on that.
Are we taking a named vote, Chair?
Yes, please.
Right, okay. So when I read your name, can you please say whether you're for, against or abstaining? Councillor Hollier. Sorry, I should take you last, shouldn't I? Councillor Crawshaw.
For.
Councillor Colwick.
For.
Councillor Fisher.
I'll abstain on that one.
Councillor Galvin.
For.
Councillor Baker.
Also abstain. I should have declared an interest as I am listed as an objector in the papers. Thank you.
Councillor Melly.
For.
Councillor Orrell.
For.
Councillor Wardby.
For.
Councillor Webb.
For.
Councillor Perrott.
For.
And Councillor Hollier, Chair.
For.
Thank you, that's carried.
Okay, thank you. So that is deferred, and just a quick thank you as well to the public speakers that are in the background. Appreciate you coming tonight, even though it was likely to be deferred. And I'm sure next time it'll be on the agenda proper. We can move on then to 4B, which is Quad West to York St John University.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application. There are 2 applications as part of this agenda item. One is an application for to fell 9 lime trees protected by a tree preservation order. And the second application is a notification for trees which aren't subject to tree preservation order but are within the conservation area, and that's to fell 5 lime trees again. There is a short update that was circulated to members lunchtime today. We've had 2 additional representations, and that's outlined on the first page of that the update that was circulated in respect of their viewpoints of on the application. We do have Brian Williams with us today, the council's tree conservation officer, who can come in and answer any specific questions that members may have. I'll just there's a very short presentation. I'll just share my screen. Can members see that? Good. So members who joined us on the remote site visit yesterday will have seen the lime trees in question. Those denoted by the T are the trees covered by the tree preservation order. Those trees where the number starts with a C are the other trees within the conservation area where the applicant has notified us of their intention to remove those trees. Just a brief explanation of what that process is. So any tree that meets the criteria within a conservation area. If somebody wishes to remove that tree, they have to give the local planning authority notice, and that notice period allows the authority to publicise and also to make a decision on whether those trees are worthy of being protected via a tree preservation order. That's a photograph. In retrospect, it would have been better taking the photograph at the other angle, then you would have seen the trees that are hidden by that building. But those pollarded trees in the frontage are an example of the trees proposed to be removed. There's always a series of photographs that form part of the applicant's arboriculturalist submission along with the application. Members would have seen that yesterday, and Brian Williams can answer any specific queries we have about any of the items brought on, any of the photographs shown, or the issues around this particular application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So if I could just ask members if there are any questions you'd like to raise at this point, whilst Gareth's still got the presentation up. Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Chair. Brian, if you could talk us through what we're looking at here, because I think that is sort of really important to everything that's going on, I think. So that'd be really helpful.
Okay, so top left-hand corner is a picture of the pollarded trees taken from some distance. I've lost the picture now. And if you go directly across, the picture is taken from at the top of one of the trees. Unfortunately, I don't know which one, and that gives you an example of the type of growth that results from pollarding. And the same goes for the second one down, left-hand side middle. You can see the growth appearing at the point at which the tree was topped. Also in that picture, you'll see a cavity which has resulted as the trees get older. They do become hollow, but once you open up the tree like that, it does allow water and other pathogens to enter the tree and potentially weaken it. But what you're seeing there is that cavity and the resulting growth from the pruning, the pollarding. The middle right hand is a decayed cavity with a wound, which is probably as a result of a pruning wound, an old pruning wound, and not as a result of the pollarding. The bottom left-hand corner is an example of a cavity at the base of the pollarded branches. This is just an example of how the trees can be weakened as a result of this type of pruning. And the final one with the red stick, that's a measure of how deep the wound goes, and it's supposed to display the dysfunctional xylem of a pruning wound. And again, you can also see where the branches have started to grow, and at the pruning point where it's been topped.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Melly.
Thanks, Chair. I had a couple of questions about some of the conditions, if that's all right, just about some of the specific wording of them,
Okay.
just so we have more information when we get to the debate later.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to find them now. So condition 3 at the top of page 59, it says that there's a duty to replant with similar or more appropriate species.
Okay.
Or species as agreed to the local planning authority.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing as, one of the things we're going to be considering is the street scene,
Yeah.
and that kind of avenue and how they fit with the other trees in the surrounding area and up on the other side of the road and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I was wondering if the condition could and should be more specific.
Well, it will be. It will be more specific. We'll specify the variety, and it will. I would go with lime trees that match the trees on the opposite side. So it will be lime trees, and we. I'm not sure where we stand in terms of specifying size of trees, but having spoken to the applicant already and through their previous planting, they have agreed to plant slightly larger trees than we would normally specify, but not significantly larger.
Okay. So why isn't that specified now in the conditions?
Because it hasn't been agreed.
Okay.
So when it's agreed, there will be more detail in the condition.
Chair, there is a condition 4, which covers replacement planting.
Yeah.
Underneath, which goes into some more detail.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I actually have a question about condition 4 as well, so that was a helpful
Okay.
segue. Thanks. It says if within a period of 5 years from the date of the planting, any tree planted in replacement of it is removed, uprooted, or destroyed, or dies, it will be
Replaced.
yeah, I'm trying to find the exact word, but yeah. Yeah,
So
should we plant in the same place? I was just wondering why the period of 5 years was chosen, seeing as the period of time we're talking about for the trees to grow to something resembling maturity and looking kind of similar to the trees on the other side of the road is more like 10 to 15 years.
Yeah. I don't know why 5 years. It's a historical piece of information which I inherited when I started this job. So I don't know why it's 5 years, to be honest. But certainly within 6 months, we'll be looking to see a replacement. And as long as I'm still in the job, and it's an area which I travel past on a regular basis, so it's something that could be easily monitored.
And it could be easily monitored if that was to be changed to a longer time period.
More than 5 years.
Yeah, would that be a reasonable planning condition?
Yeah, the 5 years. The 5 years comes from the model conditions for the use of planning conditions. It's a standard guideline condition issued by government through planning circular back in the 1990s, I believe. Of course, if a replacement, and Brian, you'll correct me if I'm wrong here, but a replacement tree is itself covered by the tree preservation order, is it not?
Yeah.
So it would be covered immediately by
yes.
By those rules in terms of not being able to prune it or remove it. I guess one of the defences from removing a TPO tree is if it's dead, dying, or dangerous.
Yes.
And I don't know whether it would be lawful to put on a condition or reasonable to put in a condition which imposes additional rules in terms of trees which die, for example, over and above what the law allows for. I don't know if the senior solicitor would be able to help us out on that curveball I've just thrown it.
Heidi, if you're there, I don't know whether it makes any difference as well in terms, because part of them are covered by the conservation area.
No.
Sorry.
Sorry,
I was just going to say it wouldn't in terms of removal of a dead, dying, or dangerous tree. It wouldn't.
The conditions wouldn't protect a dead, dying, or dangerous tree or parts of that tree.
Sorry, Heidi, you were about to.
Yeah, I was going to say
a question really of reasonableness. What we would generally do is look to be consistent in our approach, and why would we give longer in this particular case? If you can justify that, then I don't think you'd be at risk of legal challenge on that basis. But just to do it because, you know, it's, you know, on the wish list of we'd like to do that more generally without a policy basis. But if there is some good reason it can be justified, then I think longer could be given. I think potentially Gareth might be advising what we've done consistently elsewhere or on similar schemes.
So maybe that would be a matter for the debate when we get to it rather than for now.
Yeah, it's not a no, it's just whether the justification's there. And obviously in your decision making as a body, you want to be seen to be consistent, or at least where you divert from that, you have justifiable reason.
Okay,
Does
thank you. Yeah, it does. Thank you. So a similar, well, related question then is,
can I just, sorry, just to say 5 years for a tree should be enough for it to be more than well established. It should only take 2 or 3 years, so 5 years is more than enough for it to get established. Just sort of throw that in before the next question. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. No, that's useful. So if I can't see a condition in here about anything to do with the maintenance of replacement trees. If one of the justifications given for needing to apply to fell these trees and replace them is the nature of how they've been maintained in the past, I can't see a condition about them being maintained differently in the future.
No, I don't.
Chair, condition 4 is states that before the trees are removed, a scheme for the planting and maintenance of replacement trees should be submitted and approved in writing.
So that would cover that then?
Yeah.
Okay. Final question, I think. Sorry, Chair, and I've been talking for a long time. In the plan that we've been given in the papers, it's on page 61. It shows the location of the trees in this application, but it doesn't show the location of any other trees. So I was just wondering if you could give us any more information about that, because I think it's important when assessing the nature of the street scene and the nature of the other surrounding trees and that kind of avenue sort of effect. It'd be useful to know what other trees are in this row and what the nature of them are. And also, part of the same question, it says in the report that trees that were planted, lime trees, similar trees that were planted about 10 years ago, haven't established as well as expected. So it'd be useful to know more about where they are on this plan and why they haven't established as well as expected, and whether or not those same concerns apply to the new planting proposed as conditioned in this application.
Okay, so there are some new trees planted in there, but
Chair, shall I stop sharing the screen at this point?
I presume it may actually be worth going back to the map that's just been referenced, if that's the point being raised.
Okay, so there are new trees between T7 and T13 which aren't plotted on this because they're not subject to the application. But
Ryan, I think they're on the are they on the plan on page 63? T8, T9, T10, T11 and T12. It's not on the screen, I'm afraid.
Okay.
But on the papers there's page 63 and there's a second map.
Okay. Well, they haven't been plotted yet, but they need to be plotted as part of so that people can see where the TPO trees are, because 5 new trees on there which are not shown are TPO, but they are quite young because they replaced previously removed trees. And what was the other part of that question?
Why those new trees haven't established as well as expected,
right.
and
Yes.
whether or not that would apply to the trees being planted as conditioned in this application.
Right, because they were planted prior to what they wanted to do was establish some new trees before removing the old trees, and that didn't work because the competition from the old trees was too much for the new trees, so they weren't establishing as well. So hence some trees were removed a few years ago, and consequently the new trees have improved a bit. And that's part of the rationale for removing these trees, is so that they can remove these trees which are not considered sustainable as they are, and get some new trees planted and get them up and running and get them a better chance of survival and establishing.
Okay.
I just wanted to confirm. So in terms of like the street scene and the setting of the conservation area and that sort of thing, is it still your estimation that it would take about 10 or 15 years for the newly planted trees to, I mean, obviously not look exactly the same as the other surrounding more mature trees, but look kind of similar?
They will be substantially looking trees in that time scale, yes.
Okay.
And lime trees are not the fastest growing trees. They're not like eucalyptus or poplar or willow, but they're certainly not like beech or ash or oak, but they do grow fairly quickly.
Thank you. Councillor Wardley.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Brian. I just wanted to ask a question because we've got this additional representation that we've received at lunchtime, and it says about the carbon, shading, removing pollution. I just wanted to know if the trees did stay, how much carbon and shade, and because I drove past them yesterday and they don't have many branches on them, and the pollarding, I presume, does that to it. So will they ever improve or
as they are now?
Yes.
No. What will happen because of this, because of the pollarding, as those branches get bigger, they generally get weaker because of the union up against the branch to the main stem. So they generally are quite weak. So as a consequence of that, pollarding is a cyclical basis. So you have to do it again in 3 or 4 years' time. So they will always either look like that, slightly bigger, or just poles with nothing on them until they start growing again. So in terms of shade, well, it's probably, they will provide some shade, obviously, during the course of as they're regrowing. In terms of the amount of carbon that they use, is probably, it won't be as good as a mature tree. Although these are mature trees, they're not mature trees like they are across the road, fully grown and naturally growing into their normal form. So they don't produce they don't absorb the same amount of carbon as a fully grown tree does. And there's the issue with when you start cutting branches, what happens to those branches? Are there because they have to go somewhere, and they're decayed or they burnt. So that's not so good for the carbon either.
Yeah, thank you. I could see, Councillor Webb, you've got a supplementary there, but Gareth, do you want to take down the presentation? I think we've. Thank you. Sorry, and Councillor Webb, do you want your supplementary?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It was kind of going to be my question anyway. I think, Brian, while you're there, I think you need to settle this question that has come to us several times over similar matters. Which trees sequester more carbon? Is it a big old tree? Is it a big tree like we've got that has been sort of neutered to a certain extent, pollarded, or is it a young sapling that's going to grow and grow and grow? Because we hear different things from different people.
Okay. A mature tree will absorb, with its full canopy, will absorb more carbon than a smaller tree. That's very simply put. I have various figures of how much carbon a tree will absorb over the course of its life, but it's open to interpretation and depending which research you read. Okay, but I think it's fairly safe to say that a mature tree, untouched and allowed to grow to its natural size and form over a period of its full life, will eventually use up more, will absorb more carbon than a younger tree. But they've got to start somewhere. And when you're constantly pollarding something like that, you're not sequestering so much carbon, but obviously some. But I'd like to know what happens to the branches once they're all cut back, because if they're allowed to rot or if they're burnt, that's not such a good idea either.
Thank you. Councillor Galvin?
Chairman, this really was a matter of interest. Would you agree with me that limes are not really suitable candidates for pollarding, and that's probably one of the reasons why they're in the bad state that they're in now?
That's for me, isn't it? That question.
Yes. Sorry,
yeah,
Brian.
Yeah. I suppose it's a matter of personal taste. You can see what those trees look like, and if you can compare them with something that's been regularly pollarded, like those in the city centre, who they managed to maintain some kind of natural shape and form, then it's just a matter of person. So I would agree that they are not the best trees for pollarding. Not like willows or poplars, where they grow quickly and they just don't respond too well. And as a consequence, one of the reasons why they pollard is a few years ago they did lose one branch, and it might have been a knee-jerk reaction, but that's when they decided to repollard after that one branch fell off. I have no worries currently that these trees are about to shed loads of branches in strong winds and drop on anybody or anything. I don't think there's a health and safety issue here as they stand, but they cannot carry on not pollarding them because it will become a health and safety issue. Hence the cyclical reasons for pollarding.
Thank you. Councillor Baker?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Brian, a few questions ago, you said that it was one of the reasons for applying for them to be felled is that they weren't considered sustainable. Now, in your opinion, how long could they be sustained with a proper cyclical pollarding management, as is very common in many European countries? It's a common part of tree management to pollard the trees. So how long could these trees properly cyclically pollarded continue to stand as they are into the future?
It's a difficult question to answer because they could stand for many, many years. But they are slowly in decline. And when I refer, so I should have probably justified the sustainability a bit better. As they're not as sustainable as a young tree would be if it was planted, say, now and allowed to grow like the trees opposite, because they have been there a very, very long time. So that's what I mean by sustainable. So to answer your question, I'm not really 100% sure how long they would last, because they're unlikely to fall down, but they would be constantly having to be pollarded on a cyclical basis to maintain that form that they've got now. So they could last for many, many more years to come.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Baker, are you wanting to come back there? So you're on mute.
Quickly, yeah. So sorry. So I understand that to be sustainable, that requires cyclical pollarding every 3 to 4 years. Is that hard?
Maybe longer.
Does that make something hard to sustain, in your opinion? Well, yes, maybe longer. And we've read that some people feel that 10 to 15 years could be the lifespan of these trees. Is it hard to sustain them, in your opinion, or is that just the way to sustain them?
As things are, that's the only way to sustain them, by pollarding them on a regular basis. And the actual physical aspect of, is it hard to sustain them? Well, no, because it's not a particularly difficult job for a qualified tree contractor to carry out that work. I think is that what you're asking? Okay.
No. Yeah. Okay, and Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, thanks, Chair, and thanks for your answers so far, Brian. There's just another question that I think was related to something that was asked earlier about the trees that had been planted a little while ago and perhaps hadn't done quite as well as they were hoped that they would do. And I guess that what underlines that or lies beneath that is a kind of a worry that you chop these trees down, plant something new, and then they don't do quite so well either. Although I did note you said that they've done better in more recent years. It has been suggested that one of the reasons why they didn't do so well in the first place was due to roadside air pollution, because obviously Lord Mayor's Walk is a very busy road with a lot of passing traffic. And I don't know anything about the extent to which traffic pollution can affect or impact the growth of trees. Is that a valid concern? Is there anything in that you're aware of, or?
No, I don't think it's too much to worry about. I do think that new trees would establish well enough, and I believe that the staff at the University of St John, they take a lot of pride in what they do there, and I think they are not wanting just to fell those trees. They are wanting to replace. They want to emulate the avenue of trees, and they can't do that with as things stand. But it's going to take a while to get the trees that they want to plant anything to look like anything like the ones across the road. It's going to take a decade or so. But I don't think there is anything to worry about in terms of establishing in relation to the air pollution. But I'm not really that scientific. I never even considered that when writing a report, to be honest.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Councillor Galvin.
Yeah, it's all right. I'll leave it for discussion. That's fine. Thank you. There's no way of knocking your hand down, actually, but anyway, thanks very much.
Well, thank you very much. I can't see any further questions at that point, and we would normally have a few public speakers, but there's nobody registered on this item. So if that is the end of the questions, then if we're happy to move into debate, anybody to make a proposal or a comment? Councillor Garvin, sorry.
Chairman, as I've said in the past, I know a little bit more about trees than many other things because that's where I started my life. These trees will continue to deteriorate because of the damage that has been done to them. And I think the serious consideration that we should be concerned about is what effect these trees would have on any replacement trees. And as Brian Williams quite clearly states, that they would have a negative effect, and in fact there is existing proof that the previous situation has had a negative effect. Trees don't live forever, and I, quite frankly, I don't think I've ever seen limes pollarded in the past, and certainly not to the state they're in. You can't compare a lime tree of that order with the trimming back of, I think, the London Plains in Parliament Street. There are trees that do benefit and thrive in a pollarding situation. These are quite clearly not thriving, and they are, as Brian Williams says, will over time deteriorate, whilst at the same time having a negative impact on the new replacement trees. So, Chair, I'm going to move the officer's recommendation. I would also say that the worry about 5 years or 10 years is, with the greatest respect to Councillor Melly, is a little irrelevant because they will be subject to a tree preservation order, which in some ways is probably more onerous than just a 5-year period. So I will move the officer's recommendations, Chairman.
Thank you. Is anybody willing to second that? Councillor Fisher, did you want to speak as well?
Thank you. Let's look at what we want to achieve here. What we want is another bank of lime trees on the opposite side of the road that look like the ones on the wall side of the road. Now, we plant new trees now, they're not going to thrive. There's competition from these old trees. Are these old trees actually attractive? Have a look at them. They're in a terrible state. They should. The first problem is that they should never have been pollarded. Limes don't like pollarding. They're just not suitable for it. And it exposes the wood at the top, and you get rot going down the centre, which weakens the tree, rot goes down, water gets in, and they just eventually die. And there comes a point with any tree, and we're facing this in my ward at the moment, where we've got a geriatric woodland, it's too old, it needs chopping. You have to cut these trees down and replant with new ones. So the new trees have not got competition, they can thrive, they've got plenty of nutrients, they've got plenty of light, and they will come up, there'll be better trees in the end. So if our aim is to have a group of trees like those on the other side, the time is now to get those trees down, get new ones in. They've got a tree preservation order, and I'm quite sure that St John's, York St John's, will maintain them, because I think they're on side with this. I think they actually want to achieve what we want to achieve. And I just think it's time those trees came down and we actually planted nice, healthy, new trees.
Thank you. Assume you're seconding there, Councillor Fisher. Okay, I've got then Councillor Baker and then Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not convinced really by anything that York St John's are going to maintain them any better than the evidence from the past few decades of other people agreeing that these trees haven't been maintained. And I probably should have asked this, I'm sorry, in the question session of Brian, but the trees we're currently talking about, a group of them anyway, have got a TPO since 2018. And I just wonder what could have changed so quickly in that time, having been given a TPO at the time that then, I think it was in 2019, again, not very long ago, when some of them were removed. It was said that there would be a phased approach over the next 10 to 15 years for the removal and replacement of the remaining trees. So because of the massive benefits, and other people that don't members of the public that certainly don't think that these trees are an eyesore or you know, that they'd rather they were gone, why is it not still the case that we can't have a phased approach and, you know, avoid having to fell them all in one go and create such a massive change to the street scene and to the public benefits of the trees as they are? I would support a phased approach, to be honest, and certainly not felling them all in one go. I mean, Brian, could you say what might have changed so much since they were given this TPO?
Very briefly.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm just saying briefly, because obviously we've got a proposal in a second now. So.
Briefly, okay. Nothing significant has changed. Just that they've realised that they feel that these trees are not sustainable, and they would like to get new trees in place. They're in decline. Those trees were protected so that to do exactly what you suggested, so that they are they're not taken down, because I think they originally were just in the conservation area. So we would have had to, the only way we could have had to protect them and make them replace the trees is to serve the TPO on them.
Thank you. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I think my understanding of a TPO is not necessarily that it's to protect that specific tree in all cases, it's to protect a tree in that position. And so using a TPO to ensure that the trees are replaced is one way that you could use a TPO. And I think the phased approach, which was tried, it does say in the report, part of the reason why they're bringing forward all of the trees in one go is because the phased approach has failed. And so removing all the trees in one go gives a quicker replacement of that avenue. And I think, to my mind, that's why I feel that it's acceptable in this occasion. I know that removing trees is always something that we seek to avoid, and I don't think there's anybody in the committee that doesn't like to see trees, but sometimes I think you do have to take a difficult decision in order to get a better outcome in the longer term, and I think that that's what's happening here. The one thing I'd like to propose, if committee members are minded to support, just bearing in mind some of what Brian said about the disposal of wood in the pollarding, is that whether or not we could condition that any of the wood that is from these trees being felled could be disposed of in a sustainable way, whether that's some form of appropriate reuse. I did think perhaps some new planters for the groves might be popular at the moment, but you know, if we can just condition something that suggests that the wood be reused in a sustainable way, then I think that we're making as much of a statement about what we're trying to do here, which is, I think, ultimately to increase the canopy cover in this part of the city.
Thank you. I think there is a condition, isn't there? Condition 2, that the wood won't be burnt. Is that right, Gareth? And is there, I guess, a view on expanding that? Whether it would
there is a condition that wood will not be burnt. But in terms of what Councillor Crawshaw has just suggested, it's certainly something that I think we can discuss with the applicant, and I think they would be willing to do something like that. The smaller branches I don't think are any use to anybody, but the main wood might well be. The main trunks.
Yeah, I mean, if it's simpler, I'd be happy to just amend with an informative that says something along the lines of that, you know, explore all possibilities for sustainable use and leave the condition being that they're not burnt.
Chair,
I'd be either way.
I would say that the future use of the wood, it's probably something that we would cover in an informative rather than a condition.
Thank you. And Councillor Fisher, Councillor Gareth, are you happy to add that informative? I'm sure you are.
Chairman, yes, I am, because I think if the rot has not gone too far down the stem, they're pretty straight, and I reckon that timber merchants will fall over to buy solid timber of that size. So I don't really think, I mean, quite frankly, if they burnt them, you might as well tell them to go and burn a few £20 notes at the same time, because that's what they'd be doing.
Councillor Webb?
Yep, I think that that point is really important, and I'd second that view that let's make sure we make the most of this wood. And I think importantly, it would be good for York St John's to show that they are committed to that sustainability. And I'd just like to say that, I mean, having walked down that street very recently, they have started to plant these new trees. There are new trees on site. They just need to be allowed to grow. And I think that sadly we've got these trunks that are taking up a lot of water. It's just going straight out the top, and there currently isn't any canopy on them essentially. So I think that's where we are, and I'm glad that within this there's a commitment that they won't start pollarding these ones again, because that will be a shame. You know, obviously that's years down the line, but hopefully that'll continue. Thank you.
I think we're happy then to move to the vote. Gareth, do we need 2 votes on this? And I note there's 2 applications, 2 recommendations.
Chair, yes, I think you do. There is a decision to well, the recommendation and what Councillor Galvin's moved has been second to approve the application under the tree preservation order. There's also a second decision to be made, which is not to make a TPO in respect of the other trees that are proposed to be removed by the application 21/00474 TCA.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I just say, Chair, as I understood it, Councillor Galvin moved the officer recommendations in the
Okay.
report, and then subject to the informative, which he accepted. So that's what members would be voting on.
I'm happy with that. Can't see anything further, so yes, Fiona, if you're able to.
Do you want to take a named vote?
Yes, please.
Right, okay. When I read your name out, please can you say whether you're voting for or against or abstaining? So Councillor Crawshaw.
For.
Councillor Culwick.
4.
Councillor Fisher.
4.
Councillor Galvin.
4.
Councillor Baker.
Against.
Councillor Melly.
4.
Councillor Orrell.
4.
Councillor Walby.
4.
Councillor Perrott.
4.
Councillor Webb.
4.
And Councillor Hollier, Chair.
4.
So that's carried with 1 against.
Thank you. Okay, we'll need to take a short break now to bring in the public speakers for the next item. If I could ask committee members to be back at 5:30. But if you're able to turn your cameras off and join us in the breakout room. Right, thank you and welcome back everybody to this evening's meeting. If we can move straight on then to Duncombe Barracks, and Gareth, if you're there to give us the update.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Gareth Arnold. I'm Development Manager at City of York Council. This application relates to Duncombe Barracks site at Burton Lane. It's for the construction of 34 dwellings and a commercial unit with associated parking, landscaping, access and ancillary works following the demolition of existing buildings and structures on the site. We do have a short update and I've just asked if Jonathan Kenyon, Development Management Officer for the application, can just run through that for us.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Gareth. So the updates that we've shared with members, we've got some comments from the flood risk management team. They've made some comments, raised some points about the technical issues around the drainage scheme and the question of who's responsible for the future maintenance of some of those drainage features, and picking up on some of the comments that Yorkshire Water have made. In turn, we've got updates to the conditions, and condition 10 has been adjusted since the committee report that relates to drainage, and that addresses the comments from flood risk management about the discharge rate of the drainage and that going into the surface water and the combined sewer. And we've got details to be approved of the future maintenance. The other conditions that have got proposed amendments are condition 2, so it captures the most up-to-date list of approved plans, and condition number 23, which relates to the cycles and bin storage, and there's a proposal to include a stipulation in there that some of the doors that open out onto footpath areas are self-closing. That's the extent of the update. Thanks.
Jonathan, I will go through the presentation for members. I'll just share my screen. We confirm that you can see that?
Yeah, we can see that.
Excellent. Quite sure what happened then. So there's the application site. The Bootham Crescent football ground here, with the outline of the Persimmon housing scheme shown. Around the site, there's the retained area of Duncombe Barracks with the Air Training Corps buildings. Semi-detached two-storey housing on the other side of Burton Lane, St Luke's Church and its church hall, and these single-storey almshouse buildings on Shipton Street. Hatched red are the buildings that are to be removed from the site. You can also see a number of trees to be taken out as part of the development proposals. So as I mentioned, it was a 34 dwelling scheme in 2 terraces. This one's referred to as Block A. This one referred to as Block C. Block B. Block C is a central 3-storey apartment building. It's public open space, parking spaces, another series of parking spaces, and the access from Burton Lane. This is the commercial unit on the frontage here. Landscape proposals. The elevations for Block A, so the northern terrace, and the ground floor layout. elevations of Block B, Part 2, Part 3-storey. And again, it's ground floor layout. The elevations for Block C, so that small apartment block fronting onto Burton Lane, and its ground floor. The site sections, so this is Burton Lane here, although it does slice through the elevation of the Block B terrace there. Further site sections. Because there was quite small scale, these are just typical blown up details of a selection of the house types. So we have house type A in Block A, showing the PV solar panels on the roof. There's 3-storey house type C in Block A, showing its raised roof terrace to the rear. House type B in Block B that has its solar panels on the rear roof, south-facing rear roof, and then the Block C, the apartment block. Aerial photograph of the site. So Burton Lane, the church hall, buildings to be demolished. You can't see trees. There's another set of buildings along here. The almshouses, football ground, and 2 views along Burton Lane. That's the end of the presentation. Members got any questions they wish to ask? So I can keep that up.
Yep, so if I could just ask if members have got any questions specifically needing the presentation slides. We'll come to sort of more general ones afterwards. But Councillor Melly.
Thanks, Chair. I think I have one question where it might be helpful to have the slides, and then another question where the slides aren't needed. So maybe come back to that afterwards. Yeah. The location of solar panels was specified in some of those plans you just showed us. I was just wondering if the location of air source heat pumps are specified in the plans currently, or if that's a detail that needs to be confirmed later.
To go back to the Jonathan, are they shown on these?
The main element of them that's shown on the plans is the sort of the plant and equipment, the cassette type units that they have to have associated with them. So we've got those shown at ground level. It's maybe best for the architects to explain what might happen at roof level in that respect. I don't believe anything's annotated on the plan, but just to the sort of top up above where your red cursor is at the moment, that shows this typical cabinet where these air source heat pump units, the cassette units, are kept at ground level. Yeah. So they've got their own bespoke design that's integrated with the bike stores, and they sort of fit in as part of the boundary treatment. So as a continuation of the brick wall, and then a sort of decorative metal enclosure to the opening doors for them.
Okay, Councillor Wardby.
Thank you, Chair. On the second picture or illustration, I'm just wondering, yesterday on the site visits we entered it at the second entrance to the site. I was just wondering which is going to be the entrances. Do you see what I'm saying? Is that going to be used as an entrance or not?
So that's the vehicle entrance.
Okay.
And then there's a pedestrian entrance, and is that a pedestrian and cycling entrance, Jonathan, or is it just a pedestrian entrance?
Sorry, I just muted myself. It's essentially for pedestrians and cyclists, but it's of a clearance to allow a emergency access vehicle to go in and go down there if needed.
That's
Right.
perfect. I was just trying to work it all out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. Could you just, I think there's 2 category A ash trees to be removed, aren't there? Could you just indicate where they are on the site? And if you could show us on the aerial view, that'd be great as well.
It's these 2 here.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's right at the other end.
Sorry.
Those 2.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Webb.
Thank you. My question's about with my local ward councillor hat on, thinking about the exit that eventually the plan is that there'd be an exit that would connect with the Persimmons development, which is probably going to take place in the football ground area now, I believe. At least that's how it's outlined in the papers. And I was thinking, in that join there, is there something that's going to be put in place to prevent it becoming a rat run between the two? I'm thinking for things sort of like mopeds, things like that. And I know there's been a lot of issues around access points like this across the city. And so I'm just thinking, is there any thought being put in place now as to something that might go in that spot in the join between the 2 developments or not?
Well, just on the Bootham Crescent side, the expectation is just to the side of the proposed route between the 2 sites. That will be a sort of small memorial area that the football club will continue to maintain. So that's what happens on the Bootham Crescent side.
Okay.
The condition 20, it requires details of the access to be submitted and approved by the planning authority. So it does allow us, there is that requirement for them to come back to us and under that condition and get the details approved. But I don't think I'm not sure we've got anything more specific than that.
Thank you. I guess, Gareth, at that point, you could probably take the presentation down, and then we'll just go back to Councillor Melly for the sort of follow-on question.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so in the report on page 60, where is it? Yeah, on page 68, in the, sorry, I was just trying to find it. Yes, in the consultation responses section, the summary of the consultation responses from Highway Network Management says that officers do not support the design and consider the road as too narrow. A 5.5 metre width is requested. And then on page 76 of the report, it says the design approach is supported because it confirms, yeah, so I was just wondering if that could be clarified, please, because it seems like a bit of a contradiction in 2 separate parts of the report that refers to highways networks. Oh, I see. Elena's here.
Jonathan, do you want to cover that? As to say, Helena is here. Sorry, as you say, Helena is here.
Sure. Well, yeah, Helen can explain what her issues are around the access and the geometry of it. As officers, our reason and thought process is set out in section 5. And where would we be? So I think that, yeah, the key point we have is in 5.21 about what we have to do in terms of the MPPF, and we're only supposed to recommend refusal if there's an unacceptable impact on highway safety or a severe impact on the network. The geometry we've got with the layout is quite tight. It's squeezed to the minimum because the developers want it to read as a space for pedestrians rather than showed as tracking details that show it's very tight, but it just about works. So whilst we understand the reasons of highways have got why they're not 100% content with it, we don't feel that that's grounds for refusal in this instance. I think maybe Helen can explain in detail what the problems are. We've got the tracking drawings that show how it's quite tight for vehicles around the main entrance into the site, and in terms for turning for waste collection vehicles as well.
Chair, would you like me to show the tracking drawings that we have?
Yeah, I think that'd be helpful, and then that gives Helen something to talk to.
Okay. So just for well, you can see, members can see that clearly says Burton Stone Lane. There's the vehicle entrance there. This is tracking for passenger vehicles.
Good afternoon. Do you want me to come in now, Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Helen Vergeroy. I manage the traffic and highway development control function at City of York Council. The reasons for the comments on the access width for this size of development with these number of car parking spaces, our highway design guide recommends a 5.5 meter carriageway for the first 10 meters. And this is linked to making sure that cars can come in and out without having an impact on the main road network. So in this case, Burton Stone Lane. And also ensuring that vehicles don't have to reverse to enable each other to come in and out of the site. We support the approach generally of a narrow carriageway further down the site, and very much making it a pedestrian friendly place as far as possible. But just for the entrance, we would prefer to see a 5.5 meter. I don't know if Gareth can zoom in onto the top left drawing at all. You will see that it's extremely tight to get two cars in, which might lead to vehicles reversing to let each other pass, or more likely vehicles coming into the site mounting the footway to the north, which we would not want to see really. It should be a space that's reserved for pedestrians. So this is where our concerns come from, but we have not raised an objection under an unacceptable safety impact. So that's why the planning officer was able to recommend approval.
Thank you. If I could just ask for any specific questions on the highways aspects that you'd like to raise your physical hand at this point. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. I think it counts as highways. It's around the electric vehicle charging and that sort of aspect. Is that something that you cover, Helen, or is that?
It's another team, but I might be able to answer. Let's try.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand really within the well, it's paragraph 3.12, and within this development, which has all kinds of green credentials and I think really shouts about the green credentials of the development, and yet there's no electric vehicle charging provision on site. And I just wondered what the rationale was behind all of it being a commuted sum and not even anything to future-proof as far as I can see. And then within the terms of the commuted sum, I think there's money to go to Union Terrace and Bootham Row, and in both of those instances it talks about up to 5% of charging of spaces, not a minimum of this number. And again, I just wanted to understand what the rationale was around that, because it just feels to me a bit odd that there isn't any electric vehicle charging on a site with so much green credentials, and B, that we're giving wiggle room to go down in terms of the amount of provision off-site, but not room to go over and above a minimum amount.
that something you can help with, Helene? Or is that
I think
something
Jonathan must have been involved more, so I was waiting for him.
Yes, sorry, also me. So that the agreement from offsite has come in conjunction with more so with public protection, and the projects for these are the hyper charging points at the council car parks that allow. So it's these new improved facilities at the car parking areas, and it was felt that an offsite contribution to go towards that project and rolling it out was a reasonable approach. I also, the applicants might be able to clarify, I can't remember fully off the top of my head, but I think there are potentially issues with the power supply that would be needed for electric vehicle charging here, and it could be that a substation might have been needed. So it was in conjunction of those two elements that we felt that the off-site provision that is usable to everyone rather than just the occupants of this development would be able to make use of.
Thank you. Do we have any further highways questions? If you could raise your hand. Let me see. Sorry, Councillor Melly, you went on my first screen, but I can see now.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, sorry, it's still about the vehicle entrance to the site, and how vehicle movements will work. So obviously there's two or maybe three other entrances to the site for pedestrians and cyclists, but just one entrance for private vehicles. So it will have that site will also have a segregated footway, like a pavement along the edge, or not segregated, but pedestrian specific pavement next to the roadway. I'm just from looking at this diagram here, it doesn't look like, I'm just wondering, is there space there with the parking for cars to park each other and there be a clear amount of space for vehicle doors to open? And I'm also looking at that entrance onto Burtonstone Lane and wondering how much of a blind corner it is. Is the green there? Is that foliage? Is that like a dense foliage hedge or something? I'm just wondering about the interaction there between vehicles and pedestrians, and if it's not designed to look like a roadway, it's designed to look like a pedestrian entrance, and so pedestrians walking in the road, and then there isn't space for cars to pass them because it's so narrow. And then also I'm wondering about the roadway going all the way through the site to the parking at the back, and how that impacts on the amenity space. That outdoor play space, having a road immediately adjacent to it. Yeah, I'm just wondering about all those considerations.
I'm going to take you back to the photograph. So that's just beyond the entrance is vehicle entrance. It's just about there. So it's relatively clear, and there is a grass verge and a footway of pavements. In terms of visibility, and I'm not aware that visibility has been raised by highways colleagues as an issue.
It is part of the consideration why we're asking for two vehicles to be able to pass each other, because obviously a vehicle coming out of the site with the hedge wouldn't be able to see if a vehicle is planning to turn in. This is why we're talking about reverse movements, that they might end up having to reverse into the site to let somebody in, or the person coming in might at the last minute have to stop or reverse depending how far they're in their maneuver. And this is exactly the reason why we've been arguing for the pavement at the north here, just at the entrance where and Gareth has the cursor, is 3 meters wide. So we've been asking to reduce that by 0.5 meter, just to give us that little bit extra space to segregate pedestrians and vehicles just at the entrance. After that, I think where we get to the play area, it's got a different character. It's very narrow. Vehicles would be relatively slow. So I understand your concerns with cars passing in front of the residents, but it is quite a narrow road and a different character.
Okay, so it's your view that at least by the entrance there is space for it to be a 5.5 metre carriageway instead of just...
It is our view, but we obviously disagree with the applicant.
Sorry, I have another question. In terms of vehicles turning round. So for example, if it's not just residents driving on the site, parking at the back and then leaving their vehicle there, if it's a taxi drop off or friends picking up, or any kind of vehicle movement where they're just pulling in, a vehicle is expected to drive all the way down to the bottom and then turn around there to drive out again, or is there manoeuvring
Yes, there would
space?
be. The only turning head is at the car parking area.
Okay, right.
Thank you. Sorry,
Thanks.
Councillor Coolwick, I think you've got a supplementary side.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst talking about the access, I'd be interested to hear any comment on the proximity of the bus stop and how that has been taken into account.
We have looked at this. I don't think there is a plan showing the bus stop available, but it's a bit further down the street. So we've looked at this and felt that it was manageable. There's obviously a plan to have a raised entrance, so Burton Lane would be traffic calmed at this location as well. So that would help. But yeah, the bus stop is a bit further down.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further sort of transport related questions, I guess, Gareth, if you're able to take down the screen, and then I'll come to Councillor Orrell.
Thank you, Chair. My question was the same as Councillor Crawshaw's. Perhaps we'll get more information from the public speakers. So perhaps ask questions later on that.
Okay, thank you. I'll go then to Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Chair. My question relates to 3.13, which is sports and active leisure. Officers have made it clear that there is no facilities on site, obviously, and an off-site contribution could be used towards the following projects. And there's 4 things listed there, but I am quite concerned by the "could be used" phrase, because that tends to sort of lead to and then forget about it. So I was just sort of wondering, could we get any clarification as to what investigations taking place? What could we actually get that's more concrete in there now? And yeah, if you could just sort of outline a little bit about that process, that'd be helpful.
Hi, it's Jonathan. We'd have to pick that up with sports and leisure officers. That it's probably my wording, but we've identified those different areas, and it gives us a flexibility to use them at either of those. And I would expect we'd be pooling the money probably from the Bootham Crescent development next door, the same locations that are listed. So yeah, we'd have to seek guidance from sports and leisure as to when they might be programming those projects in. I guess they have the difficulty in that they don't know exactly when the trigger points are going to kick in for each development, so it's hard for them to understand exactly when they'll get the money.
There is a fixed sum though in 6.4, is that right? It's not.
Yes, yeah, the sum is fixed, but obviously that development can commence on any scheme within 3 years, so we never know the exact trigger point as to when monies are going to come in.
Okay. Councillor Melly,
So although we don't know the trigger point of when the monies would come in, do we know that they would? Is there a risk of the Section 106 timescale kind of?
Sorry, we specified the trigger point, but we don't know when that trigger point will happen on any scheme. We don't know when or if a house builder is going to start building.
So, for example, if the trigger point was reached for the Section 106 contributions to be made from this development, but it was going to go to another development, for example, Bootham is mentioned, but we also don't know the timescale for that development, do we risk that Section 106 money not being spent or not being contributed because at the trigger point for it to be contributed, the place where it's supposed to be going to isn't ready yet?
Well, I guess it would be project specific, but I always anticipated it would probably be pooled to make a project more meaningful, but that's not set in stone. That would be up to sport and leisure and the remit within that team as to how they would use the money.
I guess that that element of flexibility that we put in the condition and in section 106 is to allow for those circumstances where we're looking at pooling contributions with other sites, but for one reason or another, either the project we've identified or the other sites don't come forward. So it allows them to be those contributions to be used for other projects. If you make it more specific, I guess we lose that potential for pooling and the benefits, the large scale benefits that might bring us. There is also actually there won't be a section 106 agreement for this one because it's a City of York Council scheme, but with other similar schemes where there will be a section 106, there is a reasonably long period of time for the local authority to spend the money having received it, usually a period of 5 years, could be longer with larger schemes.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thanks, Chair. Could I just ask for a bit of clarity on the affordable housing numbers? So on page 72, I think it's 7 and then rounded up to 8 as the policy compliant number, which is on page 85. However, the proposed number is higher, so I just wanted to check whether or not we can put the higher proposed number in on page 85, but also can you just explain what is meant in paragraph 5.4 by this provision broadly accords with local, because to me that's sort of saying that it's not actually according with local needs. So can you just confirm whether or not the affordable housing provision on site is actually sort of meeting what the city's requirements are, please?
So that in terms of the first question, as part of the council's housing delivery programme, the aims of the project are generally to have a 60-40 split of affordable and market housing. So what we've set out in 5.3 is what our local planning policy asks for, and then what is proposed, which is part of the housing delivery programme. We can only ask through planning for what our policy allows us to ask. We can't. It's not fair or reasonable to ask for over and above that. So we're only asking through the planning application to secure the amount that's in line with our policy for a site of this type. In terms of the need in 5.4, just reading back, sorry. Well, when we're saying broadly compliant, that there's always a scope for a slide on every site. All different housing sites are different, so you're never going to exactly meet an affordable need percentage split across every site. We might have a suburban site where we get a lot of lower density. We'd get an inner city or a more urban site at a higher density that may have flats or smaller units. So you never specifically hit housing need on any specific site, but housing need is also fluent and changing on a regular basis. So I think that's why we've said broadly this really in terms of the mix of housing and the mix of houses to flats, it's pretty much as close as you could reasonably get, really, in terms of what our current housing need is. So it performs very well in that respect.
Thank you, Councillor Melly.
Thanks, Chair. So are you saying that the breakdown of the different types of houses meet local housing need overall, or that the affordable provision meets housing need overall?
Affordable is slightly different in that we have a bit more need for one bed in terms of affordable housing compared to overall housing needs. There's an overriding need for 2 and 3 bed. but the accommodation mix is in 111, so it's what are we, 12 one beds, 8 2 beds, 8 3 beds, and 6 of them are 4 bed plus. So that's generally meeting the demand overall, given that some of the 1 bed ones are going to be affordable ones. So we're predominantly getting 2 and 3 bed for the market housing, which is broadly in line with need, and we're getting 1 beds that are affordable. And it's also one of the positive aspects is it's generally a mix, which is what we like to see on sites. Ideally, a broad mix of different typologies rather than being overly all 2 beds or all 4 beds or all apartment blocks. We can't always achieve what we want in that respect, because as I said before, all sites are different, but this does quite well in having that general variety in what's proposed.
Okay, so it says that the majority of affordable homes will have 1 and 2 bedrooms, and the market priced housing will have 3+ bedrooms. And so there's been an assessment that says there's no local need for affordable family housing in this area, only for smaller dwellings.
No, that wouldn't be correct. Just that citywide, there's a higher percentage of need for 1 bed affordable compared to 2 and 3.
That 60-40 split, 60% market value, 40% affordable, is that in terms of dwellings, 40% of the total dwellings are affordable, or the total number of kind of housing provision, bedrooms, number of people housed, for example? If it's all 1 and 2 bedrooms that are at affordable, and the 3 bedrooms plus are all at market rate, that suggests a much lower percentage of the actual housing provision is at an affordable rate.
We haven't got that agreed or set out anywhere yet. What the planning application does at the moment is it sets the number of units that would be affordable, and of those, the percentage that are to be affordable rents and shared ownership. But it doesn't. We haven't got a plan marked up like we might sometimes have that show which of the specific size dwellings would be the affordable ones.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Galvin.
Chair, apologies, I've got a supplementary on that, if that's okay. Sorry, Councillor Galvin.
Sorry, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I was waving, and apologies, Councillor Galvin. It's just around the condition on page 85, and I think I understood you were saying that we couldn't condition for higher than at least 8 affordable homes on site because of the reasonableness test. Was that what you said?
Yes, essentially, yeah. So we have our targets in policy H10 in the local plan for brownfield and greenfield sites, and
yeah,
what, I can't remember, 25 or 30% off the top of my head, or depending on the number of dwellings, it varies. So from our position, regardless of what the applicant's intent is, it's not fair and reasonable for us in making our planning decisions to ask for over and above what our local planning policy is. We can't treat it any different to a normal application unless there was an overriding justification, and unless you were saying that extra level of affordable housing was necessary to make the application otherwise acceptable in planning terms. But without that overriding justification, that the applicant's requirement is just a policy compliance one.
So, but that's from your perspective as the planning authority, as officers. I'm just thinking in terms of, we might argue about whether or not we think it should be more than 40% or not, but I think everybody pretty much around the table would agree that it should be a minimum of 40% affordable. And given that we're also the applicant, I'm just thinking that making that a bit more robust and making it clear that everybody is accepting this development on the basis of an absolute minimum of 40%. There's not a reason why we couldn't do that if we felt that we wanted to, just to make it really certain. Because I'm just a bit like Councillor Perrott, who raised earlier. I was a little bit confused by the various different numbers, and if we are going to make a bit of a point of, which I'm sure we will, of saying this is delivering 40% affordable housing, I don't see why we shouldn't put a condition in there that absolutely makes it clear that that is the bare minimum that we accept. But there wouldn't be a reason why we couldn't amend in that way, is that?
So I was just going to come in there, Chair. We have to remember, members have to remember that they're acting as a local planning authority here, and the not as the housing authority making an application. And we have to consider applications in accordance with the development plan and our normal processes and practices. It may seem strange that someone's offering up this level of affordable housing and we can't secure it, but we make decisions in accordance with our emerging development plan, which Jonathan has set out in terms of the numbers. In terms of, I think it would only be reasonable for us to put a condition requiring additional affordable housing if it was being put to us that somehow that offsets some other disbenefit of the scheme, and that's not being presented to us here. For example, a site might be put forward in the green belt, and it might be sold on the fact that it's providing 100% affordable housing or 80% affordable housing. But generally, we have to have grounds to go beyond what our ask is in the local plan.
Thank you. Councillor Galvin.
Chairman, I'm somewhat puzzled about this business of electrical charging points. We're sort of pushing the theme of getting rid of diesel and petrol cars and going down the electric route. And as I listen, there's no charging point going to be on this site at all. Were I a resident of this site wanting to buy an electric car, and I've got to travel to wherever it says here to charge it, I'm somewhat puzzled why we can't provide that facility, even if it's only for 2 or 3 charging points on site, rather than somewhere some distance away. It doesn't make sense to me somehow. But that doesn't mean to say it's right or wrong. We are, as I say, we're moving towards the use of more and more electric cars, and I just find it a bit odd that this facility is not going to be catered for. And can I ask why and why it can't be, and could it be?
I think it's probably a question that's better put to the applicants, John, and they can explain that the reasoning behind the approach that we've gone for better than I can, and then that will inform your discussion going forward.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you, Jonathan. I will ask the applicants.
Thank you. Okay, well, we're able to move on now, I think, to our public speakers. Sorry,
Chair, it's come to my attention that we have an objection letter to this application, which isn't reported in the agenda papers, and it specifically relates to electric vehicle charging. Would it be okay if I try and summarise it for members verbally at this point? It's as good a point as any.
Yes, please.
Okay. So this comment comes from an individual resident in the city. It states, while in favour of the housing design and ambition of the site, my objection solely related to the proposal not to provide on-site electric vehicle charging. For the states as an electric vehicle owner, this is a major mistake which must be revised before planning is granted. Having to take your car to a nearby car park to charge it not only means unnecessary and completely avoidable vehicle journeys on the city's roads, adding to congestion, It's also extremely inconvenient for owners, especially if they have young children. It also means you can't collect your car at leisure. You have to go to it and do it with a small window of time. It's much less convenient, difficult to keep the battery charged without the convenience of charging it where it's regularly parked. Not able to precondition the car. Finally, to a transition to an electricity grid powered mostly by renewables, the National Grid have said that the charging of vehicles needs to be done mostly overnight during periods of low demand. Public chargers will not be able to be operated in this way, and so an opportunity is being missed to maximise the renewable content of electricity used to charge owners' electric vehicles. Electric vehicle charging should be as convenient as possible for owners.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Corwick, you've got a...
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate we'll be able to ask the applicant further on this, but I was aware whilst Jonathan was speaking that Helen Vergra was offering to come in. And I was interested to hear what she was going to say, but then she turned the camera off again. I wonder, Helen, whether it might be possible to contribute on this.
Well, as Jonathan said, I think it'd be a good question for the applicants, but there is a wider strategy within York to offer very fast charging points. And so this is what the locations refer to. And this will be similar to a petrol station, slightly longer time, but about half an hour will recharge a car completely. So I think obviously on sites where there may be issues with providing charging facilities, and that's what you probably need to ask the applicant in this case, then that's also a good strategy to be able to offer access to these sites instead. The other thing to consider here is there's no allocated parking spaces. So obviously the residents would have to manage between them when to charge the cars at which spaces, unless you were to provide electric charging for all spaces.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we can then move on to our speakers. And first we have Phil Bixby, who's speaking in support and is the architect. Mr. Bixby, can you hear me? And are you able to?
I can indeed. Yep, that's fine. Can you hear me there?
Yep. So as usual, you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee, and if you could just stay on the line afterwards, and I'll just see if there are any questions that the members want to put to you, but please feel free to start in your own time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak this evening. My name is Phil Bixby. I'm an architect and passive house designer, and I'm half of the My Future York team. I've lived and worked in York for nearly 30 years now. I'm speaking in support of the proposal. It's part of a wider initiative across the city which seeks to establish the leading role that councils can take in setting standards. As such, it has significance beyond its boundaries. For me, there are three issues this scheme has addressed which should have implications for all new development in York going forward. The first is an approach to engagement of local communities, which starts early and which enables local people to shape the agenda of that engagement. It has worked with local people to develop a rich brief to which the architects have then responded with creativity. This is very different to, and far more powerful than, the traditional have your say consultation, which had become the accepted approach until a few years ago. Secondly, the public vision for the site has been taken seriously and where possible turned into workable design proposals. Where people, and especially young people, have said they wanted streets to enjoy and play in, rather than for traffic and parking, the design has responded. Where this challenges standard practice in the city and the views of highway officers, that challenge is to be welcomed. We need change which reflects commitments to both our zero carbon agenda and our traffic hierarchy. Thirdly, it uses the passive house standard to build truly sustainable housing. While it's common on the mainland of Europe, passive house has been a long time coming in the UK, and its use at scale has relied on a few social housing providers and local authorities. Now, whenever I turn up at a conference or seminar about sustainable development, I always hear York mentioned. The city, and this council, is seen nationally and internationally as a pioneer. In my many years of working in passive house design, I didn't see that coming, and it's heartwarming. Someone at a conference recently told me that York had developed a reputation as a place where aspiration goes to die. Certainly a number of key developments over the past decade have failed to take the shape we were told they would. We've been promised flagships, but delivered canal blocking container carriers. Here is a first step in a programme of better development that should influence the way we think about the local plan and understand what good development can be. I hope this proposal will be supported today and at every step along the way to it becoming a mature part of our changing city. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just ask members if there are any questions. Councillor Colwick.
Thank you, Chair. I think you could probably guess the question I'm going to ask. If I don't, I'm sure another member will. You've heard the conversation around the provision of electric charging points, and we're somewhat bemused by the lack of that provision. Would you be able to help us to understand why this is the case?
I think this is probably a question for the applicants. I would very much support the aims of this scheme in terms of sustainable transport, making use of its location near the city centre, creating good pedestrian and cycle links, location near to good bus routes, all of that kind of stuff, which basically seeks to reduce car usage completely, whether electric or petrol driven. I think you need to, as I say, address the specific question about electric charging to the applicants on this one, but I would support the overall aims of reducing car usage.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Councillor Galvin, is that the same question?
That's in essence my question as well. So I do take Mr. Bixby's point, and I will ask the applicant, i.e. the local authority, for want of a better phrase.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bixby. I can't see any further questions at that point, so just thank you for your time this evening, and you'll be able to continue watching on the live stream on YouTube. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right, thank you.
If we could then move on to Michael Jones, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, thank you. And I guess you'll be speaking for 3 minutes, but you've got some colleagues in the background able to answer any questions. So it'd be good if you could just introduce them as well at the end of your 3 minutes.
Yeah, will do. Hi everyone. So I'm Michael Jones, and I'm the Assistant Director of Housing and Community Safety. And I'm joined today by Henry Wotton, who is the scheme architect, and Paul Morris, who is our lead engineer. And together we're able to answer any questions you may have after my 3 minutes. So I'm pleased to be here speaking on behalf of the applicant and design team in support of this proposal at Duncombe Barracks. Plans are the culmination of 18 months of collaboration with local residents, businesses and other stakeholders. Working with local residents, we set about trying to create an extension to this neighbourhood, which is beautiful, sustainable and fosters health and well-being. I believe we have achieved this ambition, and to have no objections from local residents to a development of this scale is testament to the engagement process and quality of design. At least 40% of the homes will be affordable. This will be a mix of apartments and 2 and 3 bedroom family houses. The market sale homes are helping to cross-fund the total development costs. The homes are accessible and adaptable, allowing more people to live with independence as their personal circumstances change. Plans are community focused with shared public and semi-public open spaces which will encourage social interaction and sharing. Public spaces will facilitate naturalistic play and community growing. As well as creating great new homes, the development brings real benefits to the strong existing community in Clifton. This includes an improved pedestrian and cycle route through the site, 2 new areas of public open space, the opening up of views of St Luke's Church and an opportunity for them to expand their community offer into the public open spaces, the long-term protection of numerous mature trees, the enhancement of biodiversity, and a new community-focused commercial space. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank officers who have helped to shape this exciting project. I believe these plans set a new standard for housing in our city, and I'm delighted that York will continue to be at the forefront of supporting health and well-being and tackling the climate emergency through its pioneering approach to the delivery of housing. Thank you.
Thank you. And if just go to Councillor Colwick. Sorry, I already moved around then.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'll take the opportunity to ask the question, if you can help us to understand why there is no provision whatsoever for electric charging points on the site.
Yeah, I will start to answer that question, and Paul might want to come in on any technical aspects. I think when we started the process of looking at the development of this site, our plan was to install electric car charging points. And partway through the process, the council adopted a charging strategy that, as Helene outlined, looked to place ultra-fast charging points throughout the city, like a petrol station. So we were encouraged to go down the route of providing a commuted sum to support that strategy rather than to place car charging points on the site.
Well, thank you for your answer. That does help us to understand. Thank you.
Thank you. You did mention that one of your colleagues could help further after you spoke.
I don't know if Paul's got anything to add to that.
Hi, sorry, Paul Morris from Civic Engineers. I'm not sure there is a huge amount to add to that, Michael. I think it is, we've set off with the aspiration of this being a low car development, which ultimately means that we've not got driveways for the houses, we've not got allocated spaces. So when we were looking at providing charges, they would need to be provided within the public realm. I think that does bring with it management and maintenance challenges. And as Michael said, through consultation with officers, it was agreed that the best strategy was to provide it off-site. So ultimately it could provide wider benefit to, or the contribution could provide wider benefit to the community rather than just for the users of the new development. I'm not sure I could add any more than that.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher, you've got
Yes, I am still concerned about the lack of at least one or two chargers on site. And the reason for that is simple. Batteries do go flat after a while. If you don't use your car, there's a danger batteries go flat. Now, if my car runs out of fuel at home or I haven't got any fuel in it, I can go down, get a jerry can of fuel and put it in and I'm off again. Unfortunately, you can't go and get a bucket of electricity and you need a charger somewhere on site for the cars that are in that position. And car batteries do go flat. But if you don't use the car for a while, they will run down. It's a matter that needs to be addressed, and I'm not comfortable with approving this unless there is some electric car charging provision on site.
Thank you. Can I just ask, there's no physical reason why they haven't been provided, is there? It was mentioned earlier something about a sort of upgrade to a substation potentially, but there's no, as far as you understand, there's no sort of physical reason in that sense.
Paul, are you able to come in on that?
Yes, so Michael, could you, the type of charger that we need to provide in the public realm has got...
Sorry, we can't hear you there.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's
hello.
Yeah, that's better.
Sorry. So with the type of charger that we'd need to use being located in the public realm, it has got quite significant energy demand, and there was talk of potential requirements for upgrading the supply to the site to be able to provide the appropriate level of charging. I'm not sure that was fully resolved in terms of the need for a substation, because we were obviously given the steer to pursue this alternative strategy, but there could well be issues in terms of power supply with provision of chargers on site within the public realm.
Okay, thank you. Can I go then to Councillor Melly?
Thanks. Sorry, can you just clarify what you mean by public realm? Do you mean off the site, or do you mean in the public shared areas on the site?
Hi, sorry, the public shared areas on the site.
So, sorry, you were saying that it wasn't, I can't remember what word you used, feasible or reasonable, whatever, to provide electric car charging provision on the site. It would have to be provided in the public realm.
Sorry, probably just the terms I'm using. So it wasn't deemed desirable or preferable to provide electric chargers on site that weren't obviously associated with any particular house. So the strategy that we've developed with York Council was actually to make a contribution to off-site charging in a similar way that you would have a petrol station or similar.
Okay. This might be something we should get clarification on later as a committee from officers, because it's quite common with planning applications for car parking provision to not be immediately adjacent to each property. With a block of flats, for example, the car park is on the site, but there isn't, each individual car parking space isn't adjacent to each property, and there's still the planning policy requirement for, is it 5% electric vehicle charging provision? So I think maybe we need some clarification on exactly what the policy is here and why it doesn't need to be adhered to in this, why it can be commuted in this particular case.
Okay, Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, thanks, Chair. This is I'm just trying to understand. I mean, I know we've gone around quite a lot around electric charging points, and I do understand that the difference between a sort of a designated space and otherwise, but we have, as Councillor Melly says, we have managed that on different applications. There is on-site charging points for 2 electric cargo vehicles, I presume. I think there's 2 vehicles that are available. Is there no scope to make that charging point available also for electric vehicles? I realise that the ampage may be slightly different, but I'm just thinking in terms of future-proofing the site, if nothing else, because as Councillor Galvin rightly raised a little while earlier, you know, the strategy for the country is to not sell petrol and diesel vehicles after 2030, I think it is, or 2035. So within the lifetime of this development, we will have to have electric vehicle charging on this site. So I just saying it'll go to a petrol station equivalent doesn't quite feel right somehow. So if you could just explain how the electric cargo vehicle charging is different and how that couldn't be used for electric vehicles of a different sort.
I think that would primarily come down to the demand from an electricity perspective. It may be something that we could look at and explore in terms of providing a charging point on site. I think it was, as I say, just the approach that was suggested as preferred was to look at this off-site charging.
Okay, so just for complete clarity, and I think this has already been said anyway, there's not a physical reason why there couldn't be charging on site that we're aware of. It's a policy decision that's been made to go for a commuted sum rather than a on-site charging.
Sorry, I just keep muting and unmuting. Yes, I'd say that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Melly and Councillor Ware.
So this commuted sum to go and provide electric vehicle, I've said that phrase so many times now, I'm tripping over it, to provide this infrastructure elsewhere in kind of council car parks, would that provision be over and above what would otherwise be provided at those car parks, or is it over and above what the council has already committed to providing anyway, or is this just a matter of funding something that the council had already committed to funding through other means? Is it an extra, is I think my question.
I mean, my understanding, sorry, it's Michael again. My understanding is that the council has created this strategy around delivering the hypercharging hubs, and schemes like this and others that come through in the future, the commuted sums will be pooled in order to pay for that ambition. So that's my understanding of the approach that's been taken by our sustainable transport colleagues, which is why it was asked for here. In terms of would we be willing to put a charging point on the site instead of paying that full commuted sum, then as applicants we don't have any issue with that. We're merely reflecting the ambition that was expressed to us by colleagues in the transport department.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Webb.
Thank you, and thank you to all the officers who are working on this, because it's a big site and it's a big deal, and I think we are coming back to this point again and again. So could you clarify? You know, we keep talking about these electricity stations, whatever they're going to be called, that these hypercharging points that will be put in at some time in the future. Now, as far as I'm aware, I don't think that anything like that's come through planning yet. So we could be in a situation where the first person moves into the developments here, if we were to approve this, and these hypercharging points don't yet exist. Is that a possibility?
My understanding is that there's hypercharging points under development at one or more park and ride sites at the moment.
Okay.
In the city. So I think we do have some of that infrastructure already in the city.
I suppose where's the nearest then?
Afraid I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if Elaine.
Presumably Monk's Cross.
Clarity on that.
Is there one at Monk's Cross? Yeah. So that's.
Chair, permission was granted for one at Monk's Cross and for one at Popperton Bar.
Popperton Bar, yes. And we are working on Union Terrace, sorry.
So that's a fair old way then, isn't it? Okay, thank you.
Like a petrol station.
Thank you. Councillor Galvin.
Chairman, I'll leave it till debate because at the end of the day, it may well be that it's not important now, but just go down the line, look in the crystal ball into sort of 10 or 15 years. I won't be about, but anyway, and somebody decides that we now need to put these charging units in. I suspect it'll cost rather a lot more than were they put in at the beginning. I mean, I would just like a comment from either Mr. Morris or Mr. Jones about future proofing, I suppose, which we often hear in housing development. And I apart from this issue, I think this is a brilliant development, and I think it is being future proofed. Why are we not future proofing charging for electric vehicles? Question to the two officers.
So again, I mean, I'll probably sound a bit like a broken record, but my understanding is that the future-proofing solution is these hyper-hub charging points, because clearly the majority of existing houses in York, or quite a lot of them, are car parking on terrace streets, or certainly not parking in driveways. So the city-wide solution that's proposed is these charging points, which, as Elaine says, are a bit like visiting a petrol station. But I will reiterate that if planning committee wants us to put a electric car charging point on this site, I'm sure as a applicant and design team that we can make that happen. We're not objecting to that. We're just merely reflecting the direction of travel that we've been asked to follow by colleagues within the council.
Thank you, Michael. I'll give notice. I shall make the appropriate amendment to the application.
Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair, and you'll be relieved to know, Michael, it's a different subject now, something else to get our teeth into, maybe. I just wondered if you could just elaborate a little bit. You said in your 3 minutes about the affordable housing being 1, 2, and 3 bedroom, I think. Are you able to give us a bit more specific detail? Because our papers at page 72, paragraph 4 says the majority of affordable houses will have 1 and 2 bedrooms, so fair enough. Are we talking about maybe 1 3-bed house or 2 or 3 3-bed houses as well as part of the affordable offer?
Yeah, so the mix that was put forward in the design and access statement is, so for social rent, there'd be 3 1-bed apartments, 3 2-bed and 1 3-bed. For shared ownership, there'd be 4 1-bed and 3 2-bed. In terms of how we came to that mix, it was guided by colleagues in the other part of housing, so the part of housing that respond to planning applications within the strategy team, and this was the mix that they wanted to see in terms of reflecting local need.
Okay, thank you. So just for clarity then, so it's just 1 3-bed at social rent, and then everything else is the 1 or the 2-bed. Have I jotted those numbers down right?
Yeah, that's right. So the reason that the shared ownership doesn't have a 3-bed was to ensure that they are affordable to people that would want a shared ownership home. And yeah, the 3 1-beds and the 3 2-beds for social rent reflects the priority housing need in this part of the city.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Orrell.
Thank you, Chair. Michael, the shared ownership, would that be on a leasehold basis?
Yeah, so you purchase between 25 and 75% of the property, and the council retains ownership of the remainder. So you'll pay your mortgage on the bit that you own, and you'll pay a rent on the remaining equity, and you have the option to buy more equity as time goes on. So yes, it's a leasehold basis.
Right. So how long would the lease be? How many years?
Ooh, that's a good question, but I don't have an answer to that, I'm afraid. I'll find out for you and come back to you.
The reason I ask, Michael, is that we've had an issue in our area where the lease was presumably a 99-year lease, and after 35 years, building societies demand that the lease be increased. And this was going to cost this resident several £1,000s to do that. So I'm just wondering how long the lease will be to avoid that issue for people in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I understand the question. I might have to come back to you separately on that, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Webb.
Thank you. Hey, Michael, I bet you were glad you turned up tonight. I've got 2 questions. My first question is on consultation with residents. You started by saying that it's great that there's no objections from local residents, and indeed that is really positive. But I was wondering, obviously, there's been no residents meetings for way over a year now, I imagine. I know in Heworth Ward, which I represent, we've got a CYC development, and again, there was early doors, there were residents meetings, but obviously there's not been anything for a year now. And I was wondering, could you sort of outline when you did have public meetings, if you did, how long ago that was? Because obviously that does play into whether we do get residents involved in these schemes. And my second question was something that I thought, to be honest, we'd have talked more about by now, and that is the entrance to the site. Helene obviously outlined her case for an extra ½ metre earlier on regarding safety, the entranceway, and I was wondering if you could sort of give us your case for why 5 metres is enough, and actually you think that will be that will be safe moving forward. Thank you.
Right. So in terms of the public engagement, then there was 3 stages to it. All stages took place during pre-pandemic. So the first stage was to kind of get to know people, kind of blank piece of paper, discuss constraints and opportunities on the site. And then after that, there was a full day design workshop with residents that allowed them to explore different options, different layouts, different numbers. And then there was a third session before we submitted the planning application, which basically said, we've taken the work that you've done and you've helped us with. This is a scheme that we've come up with. What do you think? And we gathered feedback before we submitted the planning application. So even though the latest consultation was a while ago, the plans haven't changed since our most recent engagement with residents. And then since then, we've put some significant notice boards up around the site to update residents on the plans and encourage them to provide any feedback. In terms of the access road, Paul may want to come in on this as the engineer, but from my perspective, we were very clear in our brief to the design team that we wanted spaces that had pedestrian and cycle priority, that felt like safe places for people to walk and cycle and for children to play, and to minimise opportunities for cars parking where they shouldn't, which I think we've all seen lots of, particularly on lots of modern developments where they've tried to control car parking. Very keen to avoid that. We have been satisfied that the tracking information provided to us by our consultants shows that a car can enter the site whilst the car is waiting to leave the site, and also that a refuse vehicle can enter the site, turn around and leave safely. The 5 metre width isn't a kind of gap. It's been thoroughly considered and it's a design intent. So as you're turning into the site, we want it to be as tight as possible. We want cars to be going at a really slow speed when they enter the site so that it feels like a safe place to play and for children and families to be active in those spaces. I'll hand over to Paul now, who may have a little bit more kind of technical information that he wants to share around guidance on health and safety and access roads.
Thanks, Michael. I think you've covered a lot of the points there, but I mean, as designers, the geometry of the access is deliberately tight, as we need to reduce driver speeds and increase driver awareness as they enter the site. The streets are designed for play and to be occupied by people rather than cars as a priority. So it's important that we achieve that behavioural change at the threshold to the site. There is enough space for 2 large cars to pass carefully. That's demonstrated in the tracking, through the tracking. And if we do increase the geometry, then this will encourage people to pay less attention as they're turning into the site and drive more quickly as they turn into the site, resulting in a less safe environment. It is a standard approach to utilise constrained geometry to manage driver speeds and driver awareness, and it's fully in line with the principles set out in design guidance such as Manual for Streets. So we feel that it is the most appropriate solution for the access on approach to the streets that we've designed as essentially play streets.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, Councillor Melly. I think we can draw this.
I have a supplementary on that discussion and then another question, if that's okay, please, Chair.
You're the only person with your hand up now. So.
Okay, I'll just keep going then. So you said that the modelling you've done shows that 2 vehicles can pass each other at the entrance and that a refuse vehicle can enter the site and turn and leave again. Did the modelling cover if there's a refuse vehicle entering or leaving the site while a vehicle is entering or leaving the site in the opposite direction? Because obviously a refuse vehicle generally is wider and needs a wider turning circle than a standard private vehicle.
Should I respond there? So it's Paul. We've deliberately designed the space, and I think this would be supported by highways, so that you wouldn't be able to get a refuse vehicle and a large car passing each other at the same time on entry to the development. The reason being that to achieve that, you would end up with really huge radius or carriageway widths at the entrance to the site, and it's something that we're desperately keen to avoid, because it does put you back into the realms of a highway and vehicle dominated environment rather than the kind of pedestrian focused, people focused place that we're trying to create. There is space within the site. If a vehicle encounters if a private vehicle encounters a refuse vehicle, there is space to manoeuvre and pass. But if they did encounter each other at the entrance to the site, then one of the vehicles would need to stop and wait whilst the other vehicle exited the site.
Okay, I mean, this is a difficult one because I'm a big fan of traffic calming measures. These sorts of natural traffic calming measures that create an environment that make people psychologically want to slow down rather than just enforcing, like having signs saying 5 mile an hour speed limit or something generally don't work, but obviously it just needs to be safe. But we'll come to that in the debate. My other question was about, in terms of vehicle movements, what the modelling is of people driving all the way to the opposite end of the site to turn around and then leave again. So, you know, if you've done modelling that people who maybe are residents and are arriving at the site to park or leave, might be willing to drive all the way down to the end to park. But if it's drop off or pick up, are people really going to drive right down to the opposite end of the site to turn around and come back out again? Or are they going to be doing multiple point turns in the entrance or partway down the road?
So it's Paul again. So I think probably part of this response comes from the kind of significant amount of optioneering that we did and engagement. We explored different solutions for where the car parking could be located. I think if it was located close to Burton Lane, then we kind of lost that really strong frontage onto the existing road. We did explore an option that saw it located in the middle of the site, so that you weren't having to drive as far to get to the car parking, which we're also using as the turning space. But then the whole development did become centred around a car park, kind of figuratively and literally. So again, that was something we didn't want to take forward. So that's where we ended up with the solution that the parking was provided at the back of the site. Another part of the kind of brief or the aspiration was to reduce the amount of landscape that was allocated to vehicles. So we did take the decision that the turning space should be incorporated into the car parking, and we didn't want to provide additional turning space within areas that would otherwise be providing really useful or beneficial or valuable amenity space. I think as to how drivers would behave, I don't think we can guarantee that. There is a likelihood that there might not be vehicles parked in the spaces on access to the site at all times, in which case you could straightforwardly manoeuvre within the width of the carriageway, or alternatively you might drop off from Burton Lane, or you might travel to the turning space at the back of the site, turn around and then exit the site. There are different scenarios that could play out there.
Okay, so right now the car parking is behind the kind of grassed area. So you did look at the option of the car park being at the opposite end of the grassed area, kind of between the block of flats and the grassed area. So then the whole of the back of the site is vehicle free, but then that placed the car park in the centre of the development.
Yes, yeah. Right.
Okay. You talked about the commercial space, or sorry, I think it was Michael, wasn't it? Sorry, not you, Paul. The community-focused commercial space. I was just wondering if you could tell us more about what will make that commercial space community-focused, and whether you're expecting vehicle movements related to that commercial space, or how you might prevent vehicle movements related to that commercial space.
Yeah, so the commercial space is fairly modest in size. It's not next to any car parking spaces. It fronts onto the public open space and the to be improved entrance to St Luke's Church and St Luke's community space. So we think that there's a real opportunity and a real likelihood that an organisation will come forward who is a bit more community focused to rent that space. The planning permission we've asked for is flexible in terms of what that space can be used for, because we don't have any end users in mind, given that the development's a couple of years away from being complete. Clearly we can't market it at this stage, but we will be the landowners, we will be the landlord, so we have control over who the end user will be, and I think given its location and our ambition, there'll be a clear aim to bring an organisation in that is compatible with this residential setting, and that brings a community offer that can take advantage of that public open space to the front and the relationship to the houses and also St Luke's Church.
Okay, yeah, so at the moment, yeah, the planning application is very flexible. It's just Class C, so it can be retail or restaurant or office or anything. Would you be willing for it to be less flexible? So, for example, not office use, as an example? But I mean, it sounds like that's your intention anyway, for it to not be office use, but to be something which has customers.
Our intention would be something that's more active than an office space that potentially spills out into that public open space. So, an office type development wouldn't be our ambition here.
And sorry, I know I've been talking a long time, changing the subject slightly. In terms of the affordable housing provision, sorry to come back to that old thing because I know we've discussed it a lot already. The intention is for about 40% affordable housing in terms of dwelling numbers. Is there a target of how many people will be provided with affordable housing? Maybe like a minimum number of bedrooms that will be provided through affordable housing rather than percentage of dwellings?
No, not a target, no. The target for the programme is at least 40% affordable housing, and that's in terms of homes, not bedrooms. So the affordable housing that we bring forward on a site-by-site basis is discussed with colleagues who look at the housing waiting list, look at demand information, and help guide us to bring the most appropriate affordable housing forward on each site.
Okay, so in terms of the total housing provision, not just number of dwellings, but the total number of housing provided, you don't have any targets, the minimum amount that will be affordable. It could be as low as 20%.
I'm not quite sure I understand. So we're providing 40% affordable housing on this site.
Okay, I think that depends how you phrase it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can't see any further questions at that point. So just, thank you, Mr. Jones, Mr. Worcester, Mr. Morris, and you'll be sort of taken out of the meeting at the moment, but you'll be able to carry on watching on the YouTube channel. So just thank you. Right, and we did have one more speaker down on the list from who was from the York Civic Trust and who was due to speak in support, but he hasn't been able to join us. But I do think their comments are summarised in the report, so I'm sure we've all read those already. But if we now just move on to further questions to officers. Can't see any immediate questions. We may have Councillor Webb.
Cheers, thank you, Chair. I was just struggling to find my button. I suppose this is prompting Councillor Galvin here. If you were to put in an amendment about electric charging, Gareth, is there a clear wording that you would use for that?
We do have a reasonably standard wording. The requirement is for houses and flats with shared off-street parking is 5% active provision, 5% passive provision. Passive provision is sufficient capacity within the electricity distribution board, and active provision is a freestanding weatherproof outdoor recharging unit. So you get one up front and then the capacity for a further one. And because Helen pointed out earlier on, the problem I think that has been raised in the past with these shared car parks is that the likelihood of somebody parking up, charging their car, and then leaving it in that vehicle space, and therefore not allowing someone else with an electric vehicle to move their space over. But I don't think we have an answer to that particular question.
Thank you. Councillor
Issue,
Melly.
I should say.
Thanks, Chair. Public Protection requested a condition to do with site contamination investigation. It looks like that's intended to be condition 8, but it's missing. Do you mind just summarising what condition 8 is supposed to be, just so we can check that it's kind of covered? Or were you already aware of it and it'll be in there anyway?
There's a suite of land contamination standard conditions, 5, 6, 7, and 8 of the report, so page 83 and 84. They're not set out in full, but they are our standard conditions, which require site investigation, clean up, a verification report, and then anything that crops up that wasn't picked up in the investigation. Jonathan, I don't know if they've done any work at the moment, or is that all reserved for condition?
Well, it's all reserved for condition. I don't think anything has been issued to us beyond their desktop survey, but I don't know whether the applicants have done more work since that's not been shared with us.
But it is all those 4 conditions are the standard planning conditions that we impose on sites where there's a likelihood or possibility of land contamination.
Thank you. I can't see any further questions, so I am happy to move into debate if anybody wishes to make a start. I can see Councillor Galvin.
Chairman, quite frankly, this is quite a very forward-thinking and an excellent development, given where we are with climate change and carbon capture and a whole host of things. And I think there's an awful lot to commend it. But I am seriously concerned about the lack of some form of charging for electric cars on that site. As Councillor Fisher said, and I haven't thought of it that way, you can go for a bucket of diesel or a bucket of petrol or a can of whatever, but you can't carry a bucket of electric. And I suspect that were this facility not provided on this site, it wouldn't be that long, and maybe Councillor Melly would see it and our younger members might see it, I'm not sure I would, people pushing their cars down the road to a charging hub, which I think is a little unsatisfactory. Now, I'm not sure, and I'm quite happy to be advised, but I personally think that given that this has been 2 years in development and consultation, I think it would not be unreasonable to defer this for 12 months, for a month, on the basis that the developer comes back with a reasonable, I use the word supply, I'm thinking in terms of more than one, charging points for residents' cars. And I think I would prefer to go to an amendment, but I'm quite prepared to just listen to what other people have got to say before I move that one way or the other. I think you all understand, and others have picked up on it, exactly what we're all saying about this. So I will just sit tight, but I am mindful to move the recommendation with either the conditions of or defer it for a month, which to come back with a scheme. I'm not going to move anything just at present. I'm quite happy to listen to what others to hear, because I think 3 or 4 of us are on the same wavelength and we want to see that facility on that site. So I'll shut up, but I'm more than delighted to move the appropriate resolution, plus, if necessary, an amendment in the fullness of time.
Thank you. Perhaps could I just ask Gareth, would it be unusual to have a condition that sought to specify those, that didn't necessarily have all the details of the electric charging points worked out? If the condition was already in there, they wouldn't necessarily have had to provide all that detail already.
Well, there are a couple of ways of doing it. We could have a condition which requires provision. Everything will have will be subject to a scheme and the submission of details, because we'd want to see which, because they'll need to work up where to put it within the car parking, and the service runs will have to avoid tree roots and things like that. So we wouldn't expect anything in detail up front. A condition could refer back to the low emission strategy and that requirement for 5% active or 5% passive provision. Or you could look at a hybrid of the two, where you're I'm just conscious that we have an agreement at officer level. We have an agreement for this £40,000 financial contribution towards electric vehicle charging off-site, and I would assume that there might be a need to look again at that off-site contribution if we're also requiring on-site provision. But I suppose you could delegate it to officers in consultation with chair and vice chair, having seen what happens when they look at that overall package, and how it balances up in terms of off-site and on-site. That might be a better way of playing it, rather than having a direct reference to the low emission strategy, and then also having that £40,000 in the condition.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher?
Thank you. That's exactly the line I was going to take. I think this could, rather than hold it up and bring it back in a month's time, we've got an intelligent chair, we've got an intelligent vice chair. Let them take the provision and adjust the electric car parking provision externally so that it incorporates, I would say, 2 car parking on-site car parking chargers. If you actually look, they could provide a slow charger, which is suitable for overnight charging. They're only 3 kilowatts, 13 amps. They're not going to damage the electrical supply to this thing. It's a 34 development with a 34 property development. Each will have a 30 amp ring main. That's going to be a huge electrical capacity they're going to have to put in there. And they could put a 7 kilowatt one, rapid charge, a fast charger, not one of the ultra rapid ones, but a fast charger. They take about 30 amps. So 2 actual chargers are not going to overload the electrical supply and require a new substation, in my opinion. If I'm wrong, then that could be different. But subject to the applicant agreeing with chair and vice chair to provide 2 on-site chargers, I'm prepared to move approval of this application.
Thank you. Is anybody willing to second that? I think Councillor Corwick was just first.
Yeah, I'm perfectly willing to second this with the proviso that has just been suggested in terms of the provision of charging points. I think this is an excellent application. It's gratifying to read such things as North Yorkshire Police. This application has been exemplary and is reflected in the referring to the community and stakeholder engagement prior to the application as exemplary, reflected in the planning application. The civic trust saying such positive things. I think the whole process here has been first class. I think it's good to hear York spoken of so well nationally. I think that we're moving in the right direction, and this particular application shows that that's the case. I'm very happy to second it.
Thank you. So we do have a formal proposal and second.
Can we move to the vote, Chair?
Okay, that's seconded. Councillor Orrell. Can you see a show of hands then on that? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Me to 6. So I think that'll be carried, won't it? So Fiona.
Sorry, Chair, could I just double check something? Sorry.
I was just going to say, were you moving to the voting on the motion to move to the vote, or on the substantive motion?
Sorry, yes, I think we'll probably need a named vote on moving to the vote, because it looks close, I think, is the point in that sense.
Can I just make a point of order? Just because we're a regulatory committee, and I'm not sure whether we have within our standing orders the provision to move to a vote if people are wanting to make points or clarifications about why they're voting in a particular way. It's not the same as full council.
I believe we operate under the same rules, but Heidi.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
My understanding is that the committees don't operate under the same standing orders as full council does, and we are a regulatory committee rather than a scrutiny committee or otherwise. And so I'm not sure whether there is provision for moving to the vote. And because we're a regulatory committee, I believe we have to give qualification for why we wish to vote in particular ways. And given that there's 3 members with their hands up who may wish to qualify which way they're voting, that may be relevant or otherwise at some point down the line, depending on which way the vote goes. I'm just not. If it's within the grounds of the committee to move to a vote, we take a vote on whether we can move to the vote or not. That's fair enough. I'm just not sure whether that might get us into some hot water.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you come under separate rules, so we still need to be rather than move to the vote. I think we need to just have a motion a second, and then people to be able to qualify those. I was just going to say as well that it wasn't clear whether the electrical vehicle charging points were instead of the £40,000 contribution or as well as. So we just need to be absolutely clear on that as well.
I think Gareth had a form of words just before you went to Councillor Fisher that took into that into account. I think maybe just repeat that, Gareth.
I think what was I was waiting to the point where before you take the votes, but yeah, my suggestion was that because obviously the provision of on-site electric vehicle charging will have a financial cost, the applicant may not be willing to also provide a financial contribution for the full amount that's set out in the papers. And my suggestion was that the wording can be delegated to the assistant director in consultation with the chair and vice chair to discuss those particular issues.
Okay, so I think Heidi's set us straight on that. I'm sure we have moved to a vote before in planning and area planning, but stand corrected. We'll go to Councillor Crawshaw then.
Thanks, Chair, and I will keep it brief because I think we're all conscious of time and how long we've been talking on this one. I think, like other members, on the face of it, I absolutely see this as an exemplar development, and as I think one of the speakers said, it's great to see the council setting a standard for developments across the city. Absolutely support that. I'm much more comfortable now we've made the amendment around the electric vehicle charging points. But I think a point that I do think is really important that we take into consideration here is around the provision of affordable housing on council delivered developments. And I think if we are being an exemplar for other developments in the city, we really do need to be maximising the amount of particularly social rent. Actually, I think we have only just gone over the policy requirement for social rented on the site, and I think that we could be doing better with the delivery of social and affordable housing on council developed sites. However, I do acknowledge that some of these future-proofed and particularly passive house developments can be more expensive to deliver as well. So getting the balance there, I think, is not always straightforward. So I will be voting in favour, but I did just want to make it clear that I think it's exemplar in many respects, but not all respects.
Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Chair. On the whole, this development is a strong development, and it's certainly an improvement on some private developments that we've seen. I am pretty uncomfortable, if I'm honest, with this 40,000 that essentially is a commuted sum that a council development, a CYC development, is paying to another bit of CYC for what is essentially administration policy. And we've seen it in press releases that these hyper hubs are being set up. And the fact that what we've talked about tonight is that we are saying actually we need provision on site for electrical vehicle charging, and this has taken us all by surprise almost tonight, because this is different to anything we've had before. And I just want to register my concern that what this CYC application was planning to do seemed to be removing amenity for the residents who might well live on this site in the future, in order to forward a more general policy. And I feel that is, whilst that might be the right thing to do, it seems very unplanning like. And I'm glad that I got a chance to register that concern. I think overall, I think this development really does make some good points, but I'm glad that I got to say that while Chair and Vice Chair are here, if they're going to go into those discussions after this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, in terms of moving to the vote, I think with such a large and complex planning application like this, I think it's important that we have a full debate rather than moving to the vote for whatever reason, whether it's to save time. I agree with what's been said about electric vehicle charging points in terms of wanting to change that condition and make sure there's provision on the site. I also agree with the concerns about it seeming slightly strange to use the planning process to get funding to fund another council scheme. I have concerns about that I hope will be covered in the, after this meeting closes, when revising that condition is looked at. I have concerns about the narrowness of the entrance. I've kind of been convinced that it doesn't need to be 5.5 metres for a full 10-metre strip inside the development, but it does concern me that a refuse vehicle and a private vehicle can't pass each other at the entrance without driving onto the pavement. Especially when highways officers have said that it would be possible to widen the entrance to 5.5 metres and still have ample pavement space. So I have concerns about that personally I would like to see amended in the conditions. And I also have concerns about the proportion of affordable housing. I know that technically 38% or 40% of the total dwellings will be affordable housing. That in terms of how many people living at the site will be there on an affordable basis, if that weighting of which dwellings are affordable is weighted heavily towards 1 and 2 beds and not 3 and 4 beds, we may end up with actually only about 20 or 25% of people living on the site living in affordable housing. And when you combine that with the fact that some of the affordable housing provision won't be permanently affordable, it may well end up on the open market in the future because of the stepping of part ownership. I think that, yes, it may well meet the planning policy minimums, but as a council development, we should be aiming for higher than that. On balance, though, although I have these concerns, I think I probably will be supporting approval, because I think overall it is a good development. It's just not as good as it could be, and not as good as we expect of the council as a developer. outside of planning terms.
Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 quick points. I think, yes, exemplary is a good word to use. The fact that we've heard so many times about the care and attention that's been put into making this development a clear example of supporting modal shift and an environment for people is, you know, one of the main reasons why we'd all agree. It's a positive step. You can argue that it's not supporting modal shift, and you also can argue that it's the houses that are going to be built for everybody are going to be as a place to live, livable and warm, and affordability will be experienced by all residents to some degree. And I'm also, because of those benefits of the very, very high energy standards and reduced heating and bills, electricity bills, and what was the final point? Oh yes, and obviously Michael Jones has said a couple of times that the policy is at least 40%, which is in our housing delivery programme. So I'm happy to support it.
Okay, thank you. I think we can now move to the vote. So Gareth, if you're able to summarise, whilst Gareth at the Infocall, just sort of confirm that we've heard the whole debate. Stick your hand up.
So, Chair, that the motion is to approve the application, subject to the tabled amendments to the conditions, and delegation of the wording of condition 14 relating to electric vehicle charging points to the Assistant Director in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair, to seek the to require rather the provision of 2 on-site charges in accordance with the Council's low emission strategy.
Thank you. Fiona, if you're able to conduct the vote, please.
Yes, once again, members, if you just indicate for or against or abstain when I read your name out. So it's Councillor Crawshaw.
For.
Councillor Culwick.
For.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Galvin.
For.
Councillor Baker.
For.
Councillor Melly.
For.
Councillor Orrell.
For.
Councillor Wardby.
For.
Councillor Perrott.
For.
Councillor Webb.
For.
And Councillor Hollier, Chair.
For.
And that's unanimous.
Okay. Thank you very much. That is approved. I think we need to take another break now. So if we could all aim to be back at our computers about 5 to 8. Turn our cameras off and I'll see you in the breakout room. Right, welcome back, everybody. Firstly, just to note that Councillor Baker has left the meeting, so just for the record there. But if we could move straight on to 33 Patterdale Drive. Gareth, if you're able to.
Thank you, Chair. There is no update for this application. I'll just share my screen and show the presentation. Right, so the application is for a front dormer window. The application is retrospective. The dormer is largely complete. In front of you there are the previous as existing drawings. The as proposed. It's a photo showing the dormer in situ. A photo taken further along the street. You just pick up the dormer there. This is a document that was submitted with the application, where the applicant is pointing out other dormer windows in the area. In yellow is the applicant's own house. There's a pair of semis. These ones on the corner, around the corner in Shipton Road. The only thing I'd say to that is that the design of these houses is different to the applicant's own house. A point that was picked up in the inspector's decision letter that's referenced in the report. And there's a photograph again submitted by the applicant. It's the applicant's house. And it's just showing those dormers that already exist on these houses, slightly higher, appear to have been built as two-storey dwellings, slightly higher ridge heights. Having said, Chair, having said there isn't an update, there is something I just did pick out in the report on page 118, referring to the letter of representation, that the second bullet point, it talks about a brick porch referred to in the planning application. That was something that was in the first application submitted by the applicant, doesn't form part of this particular application.
Okay, thank you.
Stop sharing.
Just ask if members have got any questions on the pictures and plans, or Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. Just a point of clarity. So this image that I can see at the moment with the circled dwellings, and I think there was a kind of an aerial shot with several more. Are any of those dwellings circled? I know you said that they were of a different design. Have any of them, as far as you're aware, been added subsequent to the building of these dwellings, or are these all essentially as built? And it's just that the design of this estate was that some had 1.5 story and some were single story dwellings.
I can't say with absolute certainty that the two on the right here, that looks like a design because they mirror each other. I can't say otherwise on the other ones. What I would say is there isn't any planning history for any of those. Oops, wrong way. Any of the properties circled since 1996 for front dormers, and front dormers would have required planning permission even back then.
Thank you. Councillor Wardby.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a question about dormers, obviously in the area. It was touched on yesterday because I asked a question at the site visits regarding. I don't. If I'm honest, I don't quite understand because they're different buildings, and ridge roof heights and things like that. I was just wondering if you could clarify why the decision is. There's so many dormers round the place, but they're not the same buildings. I just don't get. Yeah, could you let me understand that, please?
Well, the case officer and the decision of the inspector in determining the appeal made the point that these particular bungalows have a very relatively shallow pitch, and so the dormer extends almost to the ridge of the roof, and the size and the height of the dormer makes the resulting building top heavy in appearance, contrasting uncomfortably with the unaltered and uncluttered roofscape of nearby bungalows of similar design. They also made the point, and I think the case officers made the point, that the dormer windows, which the other houses which have front dormer windows have a steeper pitch, so the dormer is more comfortably accommodated within the roofscape without appearing over dominant and top heavy.
Okay, thank you. I think you can take the presentation down, and I'll just ask if there are any. Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about the property history. I just want to get this clear in my head, the timeline of what's gone on so far. So the application, as it says in front of us here, it was refused on the 6th of January. At that point, was it a retrospective planning application? Was there anything there at that point or not? And then the appeal was dismissed on the 18th of March. And now it's come to us as a resubmission, but actually, is it a resubmission because that front porch bit is not part of this application? Could you just explain a little bit more about how we've got here?
Sorry, Gareth.
Gareth, I think you're a bit too quiet for me there.
The first application was submitted on the 28th of September 2020. We made that decision on the 6th of January. My understanding is that construction had commenced prior to the decision having been made, but I haven't seen any evidence of that. It was certainly under construction on the 27th of January when the photographs were taken of the second scheme. The second application, the application that we're considering today, that was submitted on the 7th of January. The applicant made an appeal to the Secretary of State on the 21st of January, and we received the decision on that on the 18th of March. It's, as originally submitted, the first application included a quite a sizable front porch that was removed from the scheme by the applicant prior to the decision being made on the 6th of Jan. So this is a resubmission of the application that was refused on the 6th of January.
Councillor Webb.
Thank you. And did that porch have any bearing on the decisions that have previously been made, or was it literally the dormer bit?
It was I can't answer as to whether the porch was removed on officer advice, but the decision was made on the basis of the front dormer, because that was the only bit of the scheme that remained when the decision was made.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Melly.
Thanks, Chair. Policy D11 of the draft local plan is about extensions and alterations to existing buildings, and it refers specifically to how the design of extensions and alterations respond to the immediate architectural context, local character and history. And I was just wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the immediate architectural context and local character and history, because obviously, because this isn't it's not a conservation zone or green belt or in the setting of any listed buildings or anything, we haven't got much information about that aspect. I'm struggling to see whether the contents of the report about the recommendations for refusal are about the proposals being out of character with the local street scene, or whether it's about the design in and of itself being bad design. Sorry, does that make sense? I know that was quite long-winded.
Yeah, it's both really. It's the impact of the design of the dormer on the appearance of the house, and then how that impacts on what we call the street scene or the local townscape. It's not in a conservation area, but our policies do seek to retain the character of local residential streets, and try and keep a level of acceptable appearance in how we determine those applications. And we do have the supplementary planning document dating from 2012, which does have a section on dormer windows. It does, that's referenced in 5.12 of the report. So briefly, it does talk about making a building top heavy if poorly located or designed, harming to balance and symmetry. It talks about when locating bungalows, located on bungalows with a shallow roof pitch, dormers are considered to be unacceptable on the front roof slope.
So what I'm struggling to understand is kind of how to characterize the character of the immediate area, if that makes sense, because we've already kind of established that there are a variety of building styles. There are some dormers, there's some properties without dormers, there's different pitches of roofs and that sort of thing. So what I'm struggling to understand is, like, I agree that this proposal would change the character and appearance of the host dwelling and the street scene, but what I just don't completely understand is why that change is described in the report as a detrimental impact. So is what you just talked about, balance and symmetry, is that an inherent part of what's considered good design?
Yes, I'd say so. And the fact that these bungalows, the particular bungalow that forms the application site, is the predominant style along the rest of Patterdale Drive. So you have in Patterdale Drive a smaller number of bungalows with a steeper pitch roof, which have had the dormer windows inserted in them, and either originally or as later additions. We don't know that. I don't know that. Some further down southwards along Patterdale Drive, they don't. There are some bungalows with first floors which don't have front dormers, and it's that character of these uncluttered front roofscapes as the predominant character of that particular design of bungalows, which is seen to be important in this particular street. So, and then the introduction of the dormer window is uncharacteristic and we consider because of its top-heavy appearance, it's harmful to the street scene.
So although there are other properties in the immediate area with different design in terms of dormers and pitch of roof, that's not considered out of character. That's just considered part of kind of the variety of the street scene because they do share certain shared characteristics.
Well,
That
different.
This development doesn't share those shared characteristics.
They're a different design, and there are these subtleties of design for some of those properties that have those front dormer windows, but we don't see that as being the overarching character of the street as a whole, which would allow us to say that a dormer window could be comfortably introduced on any of those on any of the other properties with the shallower pitched roofs.
So is there scope for some sort of dormer window on this property at the front to fit within the wider street scene, but just not this one because of how high it goes towards the top of the roof? Or, you know, because of the top heaviness of it? If it was smaller, is it possible that there could be a design that would be acceptable, but just not this design?
I don't think so. Our policies are to try and avoid front dormer windows where they're not a characteristic of the street scene.
Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. Thanks.
And what I'm saying is those that small number on a different design of house to our mind doesn't make it a characteristic like front dormer window street.
Thank you. Councillor Ware?
Thank you, Chair. It sort of relates to my previous question, and I sort of just remembered it. And it might be one maybe more for someone from legal to answer for us. Given the history of this application or series of applications, and the fact that there is a letter of sort of objection saying this would be damage to the visual amenity, approval of the development would set a precedent for similar schemes. My question really is, since it has already been refused by this planning authority, it has then had the appeal thrown out. If the committee was minded to subsequently approve this, and there's an objection in that, I think, how does that work? I mean, would we be open for challenge from other local residents? Why have we decided something then changed our mind? I'm just getting clarification on that.
You'd have to make it very clear in your reasoning as to why you felt that the application was acceptable, and why you deviated from previous decisions of the local planning authority and the planning inspectorate. It's the issue of making it clear why you've taken a different view, and that view being related to planning considerations and clearly a reasonable decision in its own right. But you're able to make a different decision. It's just within those parameters I just set out.
Okay, Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. I'm always of the mind that we are only assessing the application that's before us, and so hypotheticals are not normally what I want to ask. But in this particular case, I just want to be clear and understand. I'm looking at the plans existing, and this sort of a dwelling as existing would have some permitted development rights, but I think that the conservatory as is basically the extent of any permitted development rights that they might have on this dwelling. Would that be a correct understanding? And again, I fully appreciate that you can't really speculate on an application that hasn't come forward. It's just this one, but I'm just trying to understand if there's scope to create a similar expansion of the size of the dwelling without you going into the roof in the way that is clearly been deemed not acceptable to the planning authority?
They could go rearwards under permitted development rights. Testing my knowledge, my recollection here, probably 3 meters on a semi-detached property. And further than that, up to, I think, 6 meters, but under prior approval rules. So a 6 meter rear projection, they have to submit an application for prior approval. We write to the neighbours. If the neighbours object, then the planning officer will make a decision as whether to uphold that decision or not. That objection rather, or not. So there is scope to go rearwards. There is an issue in terms of internal space planning, though, I think, because it's a relatively narrow property and where you'd get the light from. But you could do that under permitted development rights.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I just wonder, Gareth, if you have access to pull up the supplementary planning document on house extensions alterations, look at page 22, because there is very, very specific advice at that point as to what is acceptable, which might inform the actual decision.
I don't have it to hand, I'm afraid. I would need to go into the council's website and download it. I'm afraid.
Shame I'm not the host because I have it actually on my screen at the moment. Do you want me to read a couple of things from it? Would that be acceptable?
If they relate to a question, I suppose, that you'd like to put to Gareth.
Oh, I won't put it as a question. I'll bring it up later.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Melly?
Oh yeah, sorry. I can remember what my question was now. I think I know the answer, but it's just useful to have the confirmation. Since the original application was put in and refused, has there been any change at all in planning policy or supplementary planning documents, or the weight that's given to the local plan, draft local plan, or anything at all that means the considerations are slightly different from last time? Or are we looking at this application against the exact same set of policies?
To my view, it's the exact same set of policies. Yes.
Yeah, thanks. That's what I thought. Just handy to have it on record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can't see any further questions at that point, so we can move on to our public speakers. First, we've got Mrs. Catherine Stevenson, who's the applicant. Can you hear us, Mrs. Stevenson?
Good evening, councillors. Hi, my name's Catherine.
Hiya. Yeah. So you'll have heard that you've got 3 minutes to address the committee, and then there may be questions after. So if you could stay on the line, and when you finish,
yeah, no problem.
Yeah, if you can start in your own time.
Okay, thank you. In September 2020, due to poor mental health caused by the pandemic, our family was put onto a safety plan by the social worker team, and we were told it would not be safe for the children to share bedrooms. Also in July 2020, my husband was made redundant and I was out of work as well. We considered our options and could not move house. We spoke with at least 5 builders and all assured us it would be okay to build the planning restrictions lessened. We waited as long as we could, but due to family pressure, we weren't convinced to make a start. Our allocated social worker has put in writing that it would be considered a safety concern if any of the children were to share a bedroom in the future, so the application was therefore supposed to provide our family with the additional space that we so desperately need. We understand that the reason for recommending refusal is that the proposals have been deemed to have a detrimental impact. How this has been arrived, it seems to be at best inconsistent, as the very officer currently refusing the application originally supported it. But confusingly, this was later overruled, although we cannot follow the logic put forward. An application's impact should be assessed on its own merit and in its own context. The proposals are similar to other dormer bungalows, including 3 houses that are literally across the road and 1 other to our side, just 4 doors away. I believe we've sent in photos as well showing this. Unfortunately, it looks like these examples have been cropped conveniently off the photograph presented to you today. The character of an area is judged by taking a broad view, just like the photograph. Ignoring selected houses of a similar style and age because they are very slightly different doesn't paint a true picture. There are many examples nearby of unsympathetic front dormers, such as those on Patterdale Drive. Again, I have provided photographs through email, but we have tried to design it to appear as a well-proportioned and integral part of our home. Importantly, it is designed to be subordinate to the main house and does not appear top-heavy, as it has been stated by the officer. It is sized and proportioned in a sensitive manner and is inset from all edges and do not appear top-heavy, and the top of the dormer is also set below the existing ridgeline. The dormer has been constructed of materials that are in keeping, and a complementary roof tile has been used instead of the white UPVC cladding elsewhere. We were told in December that the materials were in keeping with the roof, but it's now been labelled as out of character, showing more inconsistency from the council. We understand that the authority are perhaps worried about setting a precedent for others, but it's already set by numerous other dormers nearby. We don't see how this application changes that scenario. Just like different gardens add visual interest to a street, so does a varied roof line. The casual observer would not be able to identify any differences between what has been erected across the road and what is now proposed here. Eyes are not drawn to whether the roof pitch is shallow or steep. A well-designed dormer in a shallow pitch roof is better than a poorly designed dormer within a taller pitch. In summary, we strongly believe the design of the dormer is completely in character with those around it and will have a positive impact, not just on the street, but also on the lives of the family within it, and we urge the committee to come to the same conclusion. Thank you very much for your time.
I'll just ask the committee if they've got any questions. See Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for coming and speaking to us this evening. Just on the point that I raised, you may have heard me asking the officer about development rights in terms of being able to extend on the ground floor at the rear of the property. Could you just explain whether you gave any consideration to that and whether there was anything that meant that that wasn't possible or practical?
We do have a back dormer.
No, on the ground floor. Sorry, so not a rear dormer. I've seen the picture, but on the ground floor. Because I understand the need for more space. I'm just wondering if you'd considered different ways of creating more space.
Yes, we do have a conservatory, and my husband Timothy's here as well that wants to answer some questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to obviously mention that, yeah, unfortunately on the ground floor we already have an existing sort of rear conservatory, which unfortunately was built a few years ago, which means that we can't turn that into a bedroom.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Webb?
Thank you, Catherine, and thank you, Timothy, for speaking to us tonight. My question relates to your decision to build the dormer anyway. Could you just clarify? Did you not? Why did you not seek the planning authority's permission in the first place? Was there a reason for that?
We did. We asked for permission, and we did actually get the permission from Sam Baker, who then further denied it. We also had advice from various builders who were encouraging us to go ahead also. We were currently sleeping on sofas at that point because of the safety of children's mental health. So we were quite keen to kind of get it on the way.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I can't see any further questions at that point, so I'll thank you for coming and speaking to us this evening, Mr. Stevenson. You'll be sort of taken out of this meeting at this point, but you'll be able to carry on watching online.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If we could move on then to Mr. Lewis Horsfall, who's also speaking in support. Can you hear me, Mr. Horsfall?
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, you'll have heard that you've got 3 minutes to address the committee, and if you could just stay on the line when you finish speaking.
Okay, thank you.
I'll keep it fairly short. I live one street over. I walk past the property almost every day as I take my children to the park next to the park and ride area. As far as I can see, their dormer is the least obtrusive on the street, as it is the same colour as their roofing, and I can't see for any reason for it not to have its planning permission. I actually think it's I can't understand why they can't have the planning permission, because as shown, there are already many front dormers in the area. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could just stay on the line briefly, I'll just ask the committee if you've got any questions you'd like to put to Mr. Horsfall. I can't see any questions, so similarly, thank you for your time this evening. You'll be able to continue watching online.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If we can move on then to Miss Sarah Ware, were you? Apologies if we've got the name.
Hello. Hi, Sarah Weir here.
Hi, thanks for your time. Yeah, you'll have heard as well that you've got 3 minutes to address the committee, and similarly, please just stay on the line when you've spoken.
Yes, thank you. Yes, lovely.
Yep.
Evening, councillors. Oh, can I start?
Sorry, yes, I was just going to prompt you to start.
Sorry, can I start yet? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll start now then. Evening, councillors and committee members. I'm Sarah Weir, a neighbour living at 20 Patterdale Drive, which is almost opposite Mr. and Mrs. Stevenson. Catherine and Tim Stevenson are a pillar to the community, with all their support to the neighbourhood and involvement with charities, including organising a local Scarecrow Festival, which raised over £700 for COVID charities and NHS. They have 3 lovely children who deserve and need their own space and privacy, especially with their ages and their developing needs, which you may already be aware is supported by the local social care team. The development for the property will not only give them more space as recommended and needed without the additional cost of moving and upsetting the children's lives, it will make a big difference to their moral and mental well-being. The design and structure of the extension does not look out of place with the keeping of the area. In fact, it has enhanced the look of the property, not at all unsightly or out of character within the area. I would love to see it completed to help with the family's well-being. I have been liaising with other neighbours as well in the area, including Mrs. Hazel Burrows at number 22 Patterdale, directly opposite the Stevensons, and also with their direct neighbours next door, who are all in favour of the completion. There are also numerous other dormers in the area, which are of similar build. I have also noticed an improved well-being of the family already since the partial building of the dormer, and would have disastrous consequences if the dormer had to be taken down. So I fully support and endorse their application, and God willing, you will too, especially in these strange and stressful times. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just ask the committee if there are any questions at this point. No? Okay, well, thank you, similarly, for your time this evening, and you'll be able to continue watching online. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We could move on then to Councillor Smalley, if you're able to hear me.
Good evening, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. I know you've got 3 minutes, so please just start in your own time.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for your time this evening. I'm speaking tonight as a ward councillor for Rawcliffe and Clifton Without. Also speaking as the councillor who called in this application, and I'm speaking in support of the application. Additionally, I'm a Rawcliffe Parish Councillor, and as the report states, Rawcliffe Parish Council did not object to this application. I'd just like to raise 2 quick thoughts with the committee, and of course welcome any questions. The first is on street scene, and secondly to pick up on the feedback from the planning inspectors regarding the appeal decision on the 18th of March. Regarding street scene, and I know you've already started your discussion this evening, I think it is erroneous to focus on the street scene solely when facing south along Patterdale Drive. Across Rawcliffe, the street scene of the north end of Patterdale Drive is synonymous and replicated across the community, including front-facing dormers. Examples of front-facing dormers, as you've seen this evening, include the Shipton Road Service Lane and Howard Drive, to name a few roads locally. This application is at the edge of a significant number of dwellings that all have front-facing dormers, and as such, I'm not convinced by the conclusion of the planning officers that, quote, this application will be out of character with the largely unaltered roofscape of similar properties along Patterdale Drive. It's certainly not out of character when facing Bonus Drive from Patterdale Drive, and the application merely brings forward the start of the line of front dormers to little or no detriment to the street scene of Patterdale Drive. Yes, the majority of properties with other front-facing dormers are of a different design in terms of roofscape, but they are all nonetheless bungalows. My understanding is that whilst those opposite do seem to be original, the other dormers towards the junction of Bowness are additions, later additions. Regardless, I don't think, as we've heard from public speakers, when enjoying a walk down Patterdale, you would recognise the difference between, one certainly wouldn't recognise the applicant's design as top-heavy and the dormer doesn't look out of character. Finally, I'd like to highlight the committee's opportunity to assess this application on its merits when taking into account more evidence than either the first application assessment or the planning inspector were able to benefit from. The planning inspector came to the conclusion, on the evidence they considered, that the personal circumstances as stated by the applicants would not outweigh more general planning considerations in respect of character and appearance. With the public speakers this evening and the benefit of viewing the application at almost completion, members this evening have the opportunity to come to your own conclusions with regard to the merits of this application against the considerations outlined. I would of course urge you to support this application. Welcome any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair, and good evening, Councillor Smalley. I guess we are, as a committee, slightly put into a difficult position with this application. I understand what you're referring to in terms of personal circumstances, but of course they're not material to planning decisions, and so our job this evening is to weigh things up within the planning legislation and on the planning balance. The implications of going against the council officer and the planning inspector decision might be to undermine the planning officer's decisions on a future application from next door but 2 or next door but 4 or further up the road. Would you see any problem with every other house on the street having a front dormer at some future point?
I'm not known for my architectural views, yeah, I mean, Rawcliffe is a fantastic and beautiful community. I don't think the addition of a few front dormers will change that very quickly, and I think as you've heard from the public speakers, and because the design is obviously almost at completion, you really can see that, and obviously I'm not planning trained and perhaps don't have the greatest eyes, but you really can't see the difference between this dormer and dormers on a steeper roofscape. And I think, obviously I understand that the committee has to consider setting a precedent, but I don't think that outweighs the merits of the application.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Galvin.
Good evening, Councillor Smalley. I would just like to ask you, how then do you see the role of the planning inspectorate in this case, who in essence is 100% independent?
Yeah, good evening, Councillor Galvin. Yes, obviously the planning inspector had a role on their decision. That doesn't detriment what the committee is doing this evening. You are, in essence, you have considering a new application, yes, of the same design, but nonetheless, obviously the committee has the legitimacy to come to their own conclusions. I do understand this isn't normal, and I don't often come to speak at area planning or main planning, but I do honestly think that the merits of this application do outweigh the concerns. And I think as we've heard from officers this evening, it is a personal judgment. It's not and a professional judgment, of course, but actually it's a judgment. It isn't a metric or a very clear yes, no. It is something that people come to a conclusion to, and obviously the committee tonight can add to this story in terms of this development.
Okay,
Could I ask a
Councillor Webb?
supplementary? Could I ask a
Sorry,
supplementary?
go ahead.
Sorry?
Go ahead.
You've just killed the train of thought. Sorry, I'll come back. I'll come back to it if I may.
Councillor Webb.
Right, I'll just fill until Councillor Galvin's got his ideas. Councillor Smalley, I mean, you have said that you're not planning trained, and to a certain extent, from what I've learned from planning, it is a little bit of a metric, and I'm looking for a planning consideration that means that I can sort of, in my limited experience, go against the previous planning application decision and the inspectorate's decision. So could you just sort of give me a clear planning reason for why I could make that decision?
So from my understanding of what the planning, and obviously it's only a couple of pages, you wish you could interview them, don't you? But from my understanding of what the planning inspector said, it was that they'd taken a decision based on the streetscape of the local community. Had obviously visited the site and taken a steer in terms of the streetscape and therefore the subsequent impact on the character of the local area. I think the benefit of hearing from local residents and obviously the applicant themselves, that is an assessment that a planning committee and other planning inspectors can come to, and I do think can come to different conclusions. I understand that obviously the appeal decision notice was clear, as they have to be, but I don't think for example, if you took 100 planning inspectors and asked them to go and come to a conclusion, I don't think all 100 would have came to that same conclusion. So I do think the committee tonight, you do I guess have a remit to come to your own conclusions on this application.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Gowan's given a thumbs up. I think that's
yes.
I
thought it came back to me. Can I just ask then? I mean, do you accept that the committee has to make its decision on planning terms, and this is really what the issue is about? I'm sorry, whilst we may have much sympathy with the applicant, we are talking about planning terms, we are talking about a planning structure, and we're talking about planning policy both nationally and locally. So do you accept that the committee can only make decisions on planning terms?
Yes, Councillor Galvin, and I obviously I'm a frequent tuner in of area planning, and I understand that you do have to 100% make your judgments on planning considerations alone. I would just point out, I guess, the number of times that, for example, committees such as this has refused applications and a planning inspector has then gone on to appeal and approve. So for example, those examples highlight that actually planning committees plus planning inspectors can use the very same law and planning guidance and come to different conclusions that are both entirely meritable.
Okay. Councillor Melly.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Smalley, are you able to provide us any wider context with your knowledge as a ward councillor about, because it sounds like there's a lot of bungalows in the area. Is there also good provision of family housing somewhere nearby? Is, in terms of like you talked about the strength of the local community, is that a diverse community in terms of families and children of varying ages? The local schools struggle to get enough children in their area, or anything like that, which might possibly be able to give us any planning grounds?
Yeah, so I think obviously Rockcliffe is a vibrant and diverse community, and I think that a large part of that is thanks to the families that we have in the area, and therefore the number of properties that are suitable for families. I think within Rockcliffe, and we often hear at planning committees that there's a shortage of, I guess, single-storey properties. That isn't the case, I dare to suggest, in Rockcliffe, and in particular in this part of Rockcliffe within this sort of square mile. And I do think, I guess, in terms of I mean, this is just my personal opinion now, but in terms of housing supply and making sure that communities remain to be vibrant and remain to have a diverse range of ages and from families through to those living alone, that actually being able to make minor additions to properties such as this application ensures that communities have that flexibility, and residents have that flexibility. But no, so I think, I guess Rawcliffe doesn't necessarily represent the picture across York in terms of housing supply, would be my summation of that point, if that helps at all.
Okay, thank you. I can't see any further questions at that point, so I think we can let you go, and you'll be able to continue watching on the council's YouTube. So thank you very much. Well, thank you, everybody. So if we can move back on then to any further questions that you'd like to take up with the officers. Councillor Corwick.
I'm going to ask a question to which I think I know the answer. Presumably, as this is a fresh application, in the event that the committee were minded to refuse, I'm assuming that the applicant would still be able to appeal that decision. Would that be the case?
Yeah, that's the case.
So, okay, thank you.
Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, Gareth, I'm sort of going to ask you to speculate again potentially here. I just want to clear up something that the applicant said, which was that they thought that they were on the route to having approval granted by the planning officer, and then that suddenly changed. And I appreciate that you may not have been directly involved in this case, but just on the off chance that you have any knowledge of that, I wondered if you could give us anything of any of that conversation that may have taken place that might have led them to believe that their application was on the verge of approval, and then suddenly something did change, or has it always been the case that there's been problems with this application?
I'm afraid I can't answer that. My knowledge of the case starts from it arriving as a committee case with me. I haven't gone into the background. I've just looked at it on the basis of the report that was given to me and the inspector's opinion.
Thank you. I've got a second question, but I think Councillor Webb possibly had a supplementary, so I'll happy to go to him if that's okay with you, Chair, and then ask my second question.
Thank you, Councillor Crawshaw. It's just brief. As part of the applicant's speech, Mrs. Stevenson mentioned sort of that due to everything that was going on, she felt that the planning was going to be approved. Builders were saying the planning was going to be approved. Just to be clear, there's absolutely nothing that changed during that first COVID sort of period in terms of planning law.
The many changes to planning law have taken place since since COVID, and some relating to extensions to houses as well, but nothing in relation to the application we had in front of us. I think it's reasonable to say that the government has looked at freeing up the planning process, but not that would affect the particular application that was put in front of us.
Okay, thanks. That's really helpful.
And
thanks,
Chair. And Gareth, in a way, this is just for the record and in relation to something that Councillor Smalley said. So I just want to, hopefully you can just confirm that this is correct. So Councillor Smalley was suggesting that a planning committee might come to one conclusion and then it might be appealed, and a planning inspector might come to a different conclusion, and that meant that there was room for different ways of interpreting legislation and all the rest of it. And my understanding is that an applicant whose application has been refused can appeal, and if the grounds by which the committee refused the application were not within legislation of the planning framework, then that would be a grounds for overturning the refusal. If there was a clear planning grounds for the refusal, then the inspector would uphold the refusal. If a planning committee chose to approve an application, there isn't actually a grounds for an appeal from, well, an applicant wouldn't appeal anyway, but an objector would only be able to go through a judicial review to say that planning law hadn't been appropriately applied. So in effect, it's not that you can come to different conclusions within the same framework, it's about how you apply the planning legislation. And in both senses, you have to be able to demonstrate you are appropriately applying planning legislation.
Yeah, in terms of an application like this, where it's a matter of judgment about the visual appearance of something and how it impacts on the street scene, then that's a matter of judgment, and you apply the council's draft policies. You apply what the NPPF says about design, but they're quite broad in relation to what constitutes good design. And when we have a household design guide for extensions and alterations to houses, which is a bit more specific about what and both the local planning authority and the inspector has to take those into account. It's correct to say that an inspector taking out the first application, if the first application had come to committee, the inspector could have made, and the application was refused, the inspector can make the decision to approve a scheme, to overturn a scheme, if he or she feels that that the scheme actually did comply with our policies, or the surroundings were such that he or she didn't feel that the harm was that great. This is a slightly different situation, that we've already been through that scenario, and there we're presented with the same thing again, and that's I think the struggle in terms of, or the maybe I shouldn't have said struggle. The issue is, if members were minded to approve the scheme, you need to identify good, sound reasons why you should approve it this time around. Yeah. The other question about there's no right of appeal for members of the public, for example, on a refusal. Sorry, on an approval. The only it's only if the council has made an error in law, which is then you can go for a judicial review for the planning court.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can't see any further questions, so if we're happy then to move into debate, and I'll invite any opinions or proposals. Councillor Wardby.
Obviously, I'm the local council, one of the ward councillors in the ward, and I even drove past the site today, and I can't personally get my head around the fact that a dormer can go in one roof and not another, and it affects the street scene. So I'm struggling on that part, and the other part is that, and I'm very often wrong, but I'm sure over the 2 years we've been on here, I'm sure that there was like something, this is before COVID, saying that people can't afford to move house because they just can't afford to do it anymore. So they try to adapt their houses around the planning. I know it's the same scheme going through, but I can't work my head around that. I just want it into the debate so someone can help me out with my my issues. I don't know. Thank you.
I guess that previously was perhaps the extension in the green belt in Neyburn, and an extension in a green belt needs special circumstances, and you can follow that train of logic through, whereas this is a dormer, isn't it? Sorry, Councillor Wardby.
No, and this is where I say I'm always wrong. So, but yeah, no, if that's the case, then sorry, it was just something that was niggling back in my head. So I'm grateful for you to.
Councillor Melly?
I'm torn. Yeah, I'm torn on this one because it doesn't add to the ridge height. It doesn't increase the footprint of the building. And it doesn't have any undue impact on the immunity of neighbours. It does have an impact on the character of the host dwelling and the character of the street scene and wider area. I'm not sure if that impact is detrimental as described in the report, but I also don't think it's positive. Policy D11 states that proposals should be supported where the design responds positively to its immediate architectural context, local character and history. And I don't think it has a detrimental impact, but I also certainly don't think it has a positive impact. So really, I think it comes down to the balance of how big that impact is outweighed by any positives in planning terms. And so far, I'm not convinced that I've heard any positive impacts of the development in planning terms. So that's what I'm thinking. That's how I'm feeling right now.
Thank you. Councillor Galvin?
Chairman, this was always going to be a difficult decision. But, you know, we have to look at this in planning terms, and that doesn't come easy for me because I probably in many ways are much more liberal in some of my thoughts in planning, and I don't mean politically either. But here we have a situation that had this have come to committee at the beginning, it may have had a different decision. The planning inspectorate is set up to, I suppose, make sure that applications are dealt with in a proper and correct manner. The planning inspector has no axe to grind. He looks it purely and squarely on the facts of the situation. And you know, I don't know, and Gareth may answer the question, I have not yet come across a situation where somebody has submitted an application, had it turned down, gone to appeal, lost the appeal, and then resubmitted it again. I find it slightly bizarre. And I think Gareth's right. We have to, if we want to grant planning permission, we have to give good planning reasons. And within the terms of the planning legislation and the planning framework, I'm afraid there are no good reasons. This is a different situation to a green belt application. This is nothing more than a planning issue on a street scene, in essence. And I'm struggling with it, but I have to believe that the planning inspectorate doesn't always agree with the authority, as we all know, but they are independent, and generally speaking, I don't quarrel with planning inspectors' decisions because I believe in their integrity and their independence. I'll say no more than that at this stage. I'm struggling with it, but I think in a real world, we have to look at it in terms of planning legislation.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher?
Thank you. There are times when you have to detach yourself from personal issues for the applicant and look at this in strict planning law, because that is what we are here as a planning committee to do. Now, if I just go to the actual planning inspector and just quote a few things from it, It says the proposal will be contrary to the design requirements of policies GP 187 of the Development Local Control Plan 2005 and policies D1 and D11 the City of York Publication Draft Local Plan 2018. The proposal conflicts with the National Planning Policy Framework with regards to achieving well-designed places. The proposal will also be contrary to the advice of the City of York House Extension Alterations Draft Supplementary Planning Document 2012 with regards to front dormers. And I've actually got that here. And what that says is dormers should be designed so they don't dominate the roof. For bungalows, a single well-proportioned flat roof dormer might be acceptable on the front slope, providing it is set in comfortably from the edges and the ridge of the roof. For this to be the case, the roof pitch of the existing house will have to be relatively steep. When located on bungalows with a shallow roof pitch, dormers are unacceptable on the front roof slope so as to create adequate head height. They will inevitably dominate the roof slope and make the building appear top heavy. Now, I'm sorry, but if we are to say, well, let's just overturn the planning inspector's decision, we might as well throw our planning policies in the bin. And I'm very sorry to say that for the applicant, but we have to take a planning view. And I'm sorry, I'm going to be the big bad man and say I'm going to propose that this application be refused.
Thank you. Can I ask if there's anybody willing to second that? Councillor Galvin. Thank you. Councillor Perrott, I think I've got.
Thank you, Chair. I put my hand up quite late, so I think a lot of what I would have said has already been said. I do agree with Councillor Melly. I was really sort of listening for some kind of positive impact, and I just don't think we have the planning grounds to against this. And I have every sympathy with the family's circumstances and the case they've put forward for it, but I just don't think that gives us the grounds to go against the decisions that have been previously made.
Thank you. Well, we do then have a proposal which has been seconded, so I can't see any further hands raised. So Fiona, are you able to conduct the vote on that basis? And Gareth, if you could just give us a quick rundown, and whilst Gareth's doing that, if you could stick your hands up to say you've heard the whole debate, just to confirm that, please.
Chair, so the motion is to refuse the application in line with the recommendation as set out on page 122 of the agenda papers.
Thank you.
Members, can you just indicate then, as before, when I read out your name, what you're voting, how you're voting? So, Councillor Crawshaw.
Regrettably for.
Councillor Culwick.
A large part of me wishes otherwise, but for.
Councillor Fisher.
With deepest regret, for.
Councillor Galvin. Councillor Galvin, sorry, you're muted.
I am of the same opinion of the others who've commented, but I'm afraid I'm for.
Councillor Baker. Oh, she's not here, is she? Sorry. Councillor Melly.
Yeah, regrettably for.
Councillor Orrell.
For.
Councillor Wardby.
On planning grounds, it has to be 4. I'm sorry.
Councillor Perrott.
Also regrettably for.
Councillor Webb.
I think we need to inform people about planning more clearly, but 4.
And Councillor Hollier, Chair.
4 as well.
Thank you, that's unanimous.
Thank you. Yes, so that has been refused. Could then move on to the next item, which is 4E. I don't think we need to take a break at this point because there aren't any speakers registered. Gareth, if you're ready to.
Yeah, sure. I'll just share my screen. So this is an application for roof light windows. this is the house in Grange House on Main Street in Elvington. See the windows as proposed. In elevation, just here, 2 on the south elevation, 1 on the north elevation. They serve a bedroom in this front projection. They would be 1.8 meters off the above floor level. Photographs, so in that roof slope there, and in that roof slope there, and then there's a photograph from the rear, so they'll be in that roof slope there. This is the adjacent house. I think it's called the one referred to as the villa on the map. Yep, and that's the end of the presentation. There's no update.
Thank you. Are there any questions from committee members? I can't see any questions. So I think, yeah, if you're able to take the presentation down. Yep, so if there's no questions, if we're happy then to move into debate. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you, Chair. I think we all know that this is an application that would ordinarily be delegated were it not for the connection to a senior officer, which is referenced in the report. I think that the fact that it's been recommended for approval and without any other objections or any other concerns, I have no hesitation in proposing that we accept the officer recommendation and approve.
Is that seconded, Councillor Webb? Fantastic. Councillor Fisher, your hand's gone again. Okay, so Fiona, if you're able to sort of give us the rundown on the vote, and Gareth, if you're able to give us that. No, you only said it 2 minutes ago. But...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Gareth.
It's been moved that the application is approved in line with the recommendation on page 135 of the agenda.
Thank you. Fiona, if you're able to.
Yes, as before, members. So I'll read your names out. Please say whether you're voting for or against. Councillor Crawshaw.
For.
Councillor Culwick.
For.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Galvin.
For.
Councillor Melly.
For.
Councillor Orrell.
For.
Councillor Wardby.
For.
Councillor Perrott.
For.
Councillor Webb.
For.
And Councillor Hollier, Chair.
For.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's approved. We move then straight on to 4F. So we're going to have to lose, yes, Councillor Perrott and Councillor Webb at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So this is an application. Oops. Let's do that. Right, here we go. 2 Garden Street. This is for a single-storey rear extension, a new gate to the yard wall after demolition of the existing rear extension. So there's the there's the property in question. Sorry about that. And it's existing access into the yard. This is a an electricity substation. So this is it as existing. as proposed. So recalling that photograph, there's a new gate, new wall, so removing that double gate, and then the existing extension is removed, replaced by this one, and a section of the party wall with the neighbour is increased in height there. That's it.
Thank you. So ask if there's any questions. Can't see any, so I think you're safe to take the, yeah.
Okay.
Fantastic. Councillor Balfour.
Sorry, I was just in anticipation of moving into debate. Are we into debate?
Yes, I think
yeah,
so.
Fantastic. In which case, as with the previous application, and I must say these two are a hell of a lot easier than the 1-2 applications ago. I think this is only an application that's come to us by virtue of the fact that Councillor Webb is the applicant on this one. There's nothing within it that I see as being in any way controversial, and so very happy to move that we accept the officer recommendation to approve.
Anybody willing to second? Councillor Corwick's hand is up.
I put my hand up only in order to second it. Very happy to do so.
Thank you. So similarly, Gareth, if we could.
Yeah, so it's been moved that the application is approved in line with the recommendation set out on page 147 of the agenda papers.
Fiona, if you're able to conduct the vote, please.
So again, members, please indicate when I read your name. So Councillor Crawshaw.
4.
Councillor Culwick.
4.
Councillor Fisher.
4.
Councillor Galvin. Councillor Galvin. I can see you mouthing 4 and putting your thumb up.
4. I keep turning it on and off, on and then turning it off again. It's getting late and it's a senior moment.
Councillor Melly.
4.
Councillor Orrell.
4.
Councillor Wardby.
4.
And Councillor Hollier, Chair.
4.
Thank you. It's unanimous again.
Thank you. So that is approved. So that is the end of our agenda. So I'll just briefly thank everybody for your time this evening. I know we've lost a few along the way, but well done to those that have stuck it out. And thank you in particular to the officers, both behind the scenes and Gareth as well, for putting himself in the spotlight for 5 hours. So thank you very much. And Councillor Fisher, you've got a hand up.
Yeah, just one thing that I'm a bit concerned about. I don't seem to recall that this committee has had any updates recently on planning appeals, because sometimes those can inform our decisions if we have a bit of history of them. I know they come through. I just wonder if it's possible for officers to include with the next agenda some kind of update on the appeal situation that we've had over the last quarter or 6 months.
Yeah, I was only thinking about that today. I think it's probably a year's worth of decisions. It's not going to be at the next. It's not going to be at the next meeting because there isn't enough time in the day, and the agenda has to be done on next week.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll do that. It's something that that I do realise we've missed out on over the last year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, the meeting after the next one might not be able to be held virtually, so there's still a lot of work to do there to decide how that's going to pan out.
Well, I'm here. Best officers.
Well, thank you very much, Jodie. Yeah, we'll see you in a couple of weeks.